Good evening, good evening, good evening. It's a Monday. It's the evening. It is June 30th. I just drove back from all over the place, and we need to talk about the state of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger because there is breaking news this evening. A, why is there breaking news this evening? B, it's a Monday. C, we stream on Tuesdays, but my phone exploded, my DMs exploded, and the law nerds are like, girl! And I was like, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Team Baker had a very full slate of meetings today, but that's okay because they're done now because it's after 6 p.m. Central. So we're here. I am surprised that we have the breaking news. I am not surprised what the breaking news says. So the headlines are, and this is all coming from reporting, multiple outlets have confirmed it. There is nothing on the docket yet that confirms it. However, everything is reporting that Bryan Kohberger is taking a plea deal and that hearing is set for July 2nd, which is Wednesday. It does not surprise me that we already see a hearing on the docket because this is coming from, I believe, the victim's family. They received communications about this, and it seemed that they shared those communications with Bryan Entin and others in the news media. So when you have the victim's family saying they received a heads up on this, I believe the communications that they received. I also believe the statements from the Goncalves family that they are furious about this, and we will talk about that too. I will talk about why this plea deal does not particularly surprise me. I will talk about what the facets of this plea deal are as we know them today. As a reminder, we are recording this after 6 p.m. Central on June 30th, 2025. There will be more news to come. This is still a breaking news story. I generally like to know more information than we have at the moment to go live. However, because I have seen the victim's family make statements about it, I have seen numerous trusted outlets and independent media about it, and there is court on the docket for Wednesday, I feel pretty confident that though the details of this story may continue to develop, that we are still going to see a court hearing on Wednesday. I will be covering that live. So for all of you like, what do we do next? We're covering court live on Wednesday. Will we be streaming tomorrow? No, but we will be talking about everything that we know now, and then I'll be answering questions. That's what we're going to do tonight. I know there are things happening in other cases. Those are not for tonight. So everybody take a breath. We're going to talk about it because this is a massive breaking news story. The Kohberger trial was slated to start jury selection August 4th. It was slated to start opening statements August 18th. Tomorrow, I have a full list of documents that we were going to go through because the court has made some pretty significant rulings, which is why I am not surprised that we are seeing this plea deal because the court has made a number of significant rulings. We're going to talk about my thoughts. We're going to talk about what this plea deal looks like. We're going to talk about what that means. We're going to roll the intro and we're going to do all the things. Are you guys ready? Let's just roll the intro. You guys want to talk about court? We're going to talk about court. Let's talk about it. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Absolutely wild news that I have seen developing from Bryan Entin on Twitter, from ABC News, and from other outlets like News Nation. So we have now seen this coming from numerous news outlets. I am going to pull up just one of them. There will be others, but I am pulling up ABC, and we will pull up Bryan Entin's tweets and talk about what the family has to say after we go over what a plea deal in the Bryan Kohberger case looks like. For those of you that are just coming into this, because we have just rolled off of the the Karen Reed trial and are like, Bryan Kohberger, he is accused of a quadruple homicide in Idaho of 4 students who were living in an off-campus house. This has been pending for trial for a number of years now. And we had finally gotten to the point where Judge Hippler was like, we are not playing. We are moving forward with trial. We'll talk about those rulings after we talk about this plea deal. So let me go ahead and share the screen on this news report. We're going to go over it together. So let's do that. And again, all of the warnings with breaking news, some of the details are subject to change. Some things might change. We will likely learn more, probably not tonight, given the time of night it is. And well, this seems to be coming from a letter received by the victims' families. So they have been given notice. It does not seem that they were consulted. They were given notice. And we will talk about that as we get through the details of what is being reported as the Bryan Kohberger plea deal. The details of this do not surprise me. Why? Well, because we have seen this happen in other cases. And if the prosecution takes the death penalty off the table, which seems to be happening here, then I am not surprised that he would essentially plead to the sheet, which means a plea to everything he's been charged with. This is coming from ABC News. Headline, Bryan Kohberger agrees to plead guilty to all counts in Idaho College murders case, letter from prosecutors. Bryan Kohberger has agreed to plead guilty to all counts in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students, sparing him from the death penalty, according to a letter sent to the victims' family members, informing them of the plea deal. So if they take the death penalty off the table, it does not surprise me that there is then a subsequent plea deal. It seems to me from all of the motions that we have seen and all of the arguments by the defense was pushing to take the plea deal off the table at every single turn. And I am not surprised that that is what was able to move this forward as a plea deal. It goes on to say Kohberger, who was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary, that's for going into the house, in connection with the 2022 killings of roommates Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Xana Kernodle's boyfriend Entin, will be sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences on the murder counts and the maximum penalty of 10 years on the burglary count. That is 4 life without parole sentences, so 4 LWOPs. He will waive all right to appeal, the agreement said, which means this is done. If he takes the plea, this will be done. No appeal. It is over. He will get 4 consecutive life sentences, which is life without the possibility of parole. And then there is nowhere else to go. No appeal, no more questions, nothing. I would imagine that the letter to the victim's family gave them a right to be heard. I don't know if that right to be heard will be at the hearing on Wednesday, which seems very fast, or if he will take the plea on Wednesday and there will be sentencing down the road. But there is a hearing set for Wednesday, and I imagine we will see this plea deal made on the record. Sentencing might be set for a later date to give family members time to get to Boise for that hearing. We do not know 100% what's going to happen yet. We might know more tomorrow. He will waive all right to appeal. It goes on to say prosecutors anticipate sentencing to take place in late July. Emily, just keep reading. As long as Kohberger enters the guilty plea as expected at the change of plea hearing that's scheduled for Wednesday. Emily, keep reading instead of talking. Never. It's never going to happen. So that doesn't surprise me that the plea will happen on, it seems, Wednesday, July 2nd. He will go into court. He will plead guilty to each and every count, and the sentencing will be set over for another date. I imagine prosecutors will be talking to the surviving roommates and the victims' families about when they are available for sentencing and set that date and give family members and the surviving roommates time to either submit letters or come to court for the sentencing. So I anticipate Wednesday will probably be a fairly short hearing for a change of plea, but it will be a change of plea to 4 first-degree murders and the burglary with consecutive life sentences. It goes on to say that the plea comes just weeks before the trial is set to begin. We talked about that at the top. Jury selection was slated to start August 4th, opening statements. ABC, they're opening statements. They're not an argument. They're opening statements. We're set for August 18th. Prosecutors said in the letter to families that the state was approached last week by Kohberger's defense team asking to be presented with an offer. Prosecutors said they then met with available family members last week, weighed the right path forward, and made a formal offer to Kohberger. This resolution is our sincere attempt to seek justice for your family, prosecutors wrote in the letter, which means the media outlets have the letter. I do not, but it sounds like the media does. This agreement ensures that the defendant will be convicted, will spend the rest of his life in prison, and will not be able to put you and the other families through the uncertainty of decades of post-conviction appeal. Decades on decades on decades. Death penalty appeals do not end. They do not end. Death penalty appeals go on for 20, 30 plus years at a minimum. So that also does not surprise me. They go on to say, this agreement ensures that the defendant will be convicted, will spend the rest of his life in prison, and will not be able to put you and other families through the uncertainty of decades of post-conviction appeals. Your viewpoints weighed heavily in our decision-making process, and we hope that you may come to appreciate why we believe this resolution is in the best interest of justice. What does that tell me? That prosecutors talk to the family members, because it does say that prosecutors met with available family members last week. It sounds to me from the way that this is worded in the letter to families that they disagreed and that they did not necessarily want this to be the plea deal, and that prosecutors went forward with it anyway. Can prosecutors do that? Yes, they can. Do prosecutors do that? Yes, they do. Does that make victim families happy? No, it doesn't. But it does sound like they met with the family members and took into consideration what the family members had to say. And in their letter, this is being quoted verbatim. So anticipating that ABC has this letter and is quoting it verbatim, this agreement ensures that the defendant will be convicted, will spend the rest of his life in prison, will not be able to put you and other families through the uncertainty of decades of post-conviction appeals. Your viewpoints weighed heavily in our decision-making process, and we hope that you may come to appreciate why we believe this resolution is in the best interest of justice. It indicates to me that the families were in disagreement and they spoke to them. Let's continue on. It says that the state will also seek restitution for the victims and their families according to the agreement. And then it goes on to detail the crime. It talks not much more about anything other than the case. So where are we with that then? Well, no Bryan Kohberger trial. He will have a change of plea hearing on Wednesday, July 2nd. It sounds from this letter and from what I'm seeing online that the victims' families are not happy with this agreement. And we'll talk a little bit about the things prosecutors weigh in making these decisions. Remember, prosecutors are the prosecution for the people of the state, not for an individual or individual families, which can be really difficult when victims' families do not agree with a plea deal, and it sounds like they don't. Does that stop the plea deal from going forward? No, it doesn't. Can the court reject a plea deal, which I've seen a lot of you asking? Yes, but it's rare. And in a case like this, where the prosecutors are agreeing to take the death penalty off the table for the defendant to plead to essentially life without the possibility of parole with 4 consecutive life sentences, the judge isn't going to reject that type of a plea deal. It is not a plea deal that is out of line with the law, what the law contemplates. It is not a plea deal that is substantially undercutting the seriousness of the crime. It's not a plea deal that leaves the community or the members of the community at risk. It is a plea deal that, ends this case without a trial, takes into consideration the witnesses that would need to testify. And there was a hearing about that today in Pennsylvania about witnesses that were going to be forced to testify in Idaho from Pennsylvania. Because remember, we're talking about state court, and state jurisdictions have, well, within the four corners of the state, unless there's more, but within the state. And if they have to bring people in from another jurisdiction, those individuals have the right to be heard in their jurisdiction, in this case, Pennsylvania, have the right to be heard in Pennsylvania and say, we don't want to have to go to Idaho. And it's like, no, you have to go to Idaho, go testify. And prosecutors, and this is, again, my speculation, and I am coming from the perspective of being a prosecutor for a very long time. Not having death penalty appeals is a very large upside to prosecutors, because waiving the right to appeal means that this case, when it is done, there's finality. When there is a death penalty conviction, it is decades and decades and decades before there is finality. And even then, as we saw in the Scott Peterson case, even then, the death penalty can come off the table down the road. Additionally, the surviving roommates are going to be a very big factor here. The victims' families are a part of the consideration, and they should be. But the surviving roommates and the surviving roommates having to testify is going to be a very, very large part of that consideration. And the surviving victims might not, and surviving witnesses, surviving victims, I will use them interchangeably, because the individuals that found their friends in this state are without a doubt to me, traumatized through this entire process. So for them to not have to testify is a massive consideration for prosecutors, even if the families of the deceased victims do not want this case to resolve short of trial, because the surviving roommates are going to have to testify at trial. The family members of the victims are much less likely to have to testify at trial. And if they do, it would be to some very discreet and limited digital communication, text communication, and things like that. But I understand families wanting this to all move forward in public, and wanting this to be out there, and wanting everyone to know what happened, and wanting transparency. It seems that frustration has been brewing in this case for a while. But prosecutors have to balance not just the interest of victims' families, but the witnesses, the cost to the state, the risk of prosecution, the uncertainty of a prosecution, the uncertainty of a lengthy appeals process, because based on just what we know, it's not surprising to me that prosecutors are looking with an eye towards, if Bryan Kohberger is convicted, then it is reasonable to believe he would be convicted of the death penalty, and what those death penalty appeals look like. So when prosecutors are sitting down to make this decision, it is a weighty and difficult decision. But taking any possible appeal off the table, taking into consideration the witnesses and the eyewitnesses and surviving roommate witnesses, even if they didn't observe what happened, observing the next day is what I mean by eyewitnesses, the surviving roommate witnesses, taking all of that into account, I'm not surprised that the defense, after the court rulings, and we'll talk about those court rulings in just a minute, I'm not surprised that the defense, after all of their different doors were closed, came to the prosecution and said, now can we talk about a plea deal? It is not surprising to me that the defense went down every avenue that they could to try to take the death penalty off the table. In all of the court hearings and filings and rulings that we've gone through at length, the defense has overwhelmingly been pushing for two things. One, to get the death penalty taken off the table. 2, to get more time. And with all of it, I'm not surprised. So a number of you are asking in the chat, and there's a lot of you in the chat. We're going to get to questions, but a lot of you in the chat are asking, why is this happening now? Well, we are getting to the last possible moment before trial, and most of the big motions that the defense had up their sleeve are done now. Most of those significant motions are over. The court denied their motion to bring up an alternate perpetrator. The court denied their motion for a continuance, except put opening statements off by 7 days, 6 days, something like that. The court denied their motion for the continuance with regard to the media leak and potential leaks. The court denied their avenue to, I said alternate perpetrator, but there was another one as well. So with those orders that came down on the 26th of June, it doesn't, and I'm looking at the docket in my other window, it doesn't surprise me that with those large denials, that the defense is moving forward with the death penalty on the table and said, is there a way we can take this off the table? Other than more time, the defense has wanted the death penalty off the table at every single turn. That is part of their job of zealously advocating for him and for their client. That is their job. So why plea now? Because they ran through every single legal motion that they could. They ran through every legal avenue that they could. And there are no more avenues for them. There are no more avenues for the defense. There are no stones left to turn. There has been more and more information coming out about this case as we're moving forward towards trial. And it seems like more now will be coming out because there are books in the works. And well, I don't think we're going to be done on my end 100% with this case, because it seems that they're still going to be looking into who leaked all of that information, because that's a massive part of this. Who leaked case information, videos? There are things from the police file, from Kohberger's phone. Who leaked that? So for all of you asking, will they still move forward on the leak? I can't imagine that they won't. So I can't imagine that they won't. Ashley in the chat asked, are we ever going to know what actually happened? It depends on how much information gets unsealed. Emily said, will he have to admit guilt and give details? He will have to plead guilty and change his plea to guilty. He will not have to give any other additional details. SC Girls said, what about allocution? What about the defendant's right to make a statement at sentencing? I think it's unlikely that he will say anything. He cannot be forced to do that. He will have the opportunity, but he will not be forced to do that. And he didn't even speak to take the plea. All we might hear from Bryan Kohberger is the court saying, how do you now plea? And him saying guilty. That might be all that we hear. And the court advising him, do you understand and waive these rights? And him saying yes or no. So that might be all that we hear. He will not be forced to say anything other than change his plea. And there's no information in here that he will be forced to give a factual basis, giving the details of what happened. And this isn't a case where there are co-defendants. It's not a federal case. So there's nothing that indicates that he will have to give a factual basis to this. He will most likely, and again, we will see this on Wednesday, the court will go through the charges and say, how do you now plea? Because he had a plea entered on his behalf by his lawyers. So a change of plea statement will be a, how do you now plea to count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5. So it's not going to be a factual basis requirement from everything that we've seen. That could change, but from everything that we've seen, there is no indication of a requirement of a factual basis plea. The prosecution is taking the death penalty off the table so that Bryan Kohberger can and will plead to everything he was charged with for consecutive life sentences. So he was given that plea deal. The prosecution didn't have to give that plea deal. I imagine that they took the appeal process to the death penalty and the civilian witnesses heavily into account. A number of you are asking about a factual basis. Carrie, it is giving the statements about what happened. Sometimes you'll see this in federal cases where someone has to admit, I did this, I did that. We went through those factual bases in the Jen Shaw plea. Yes, I offered these services. Yes, I took this money. Yes, it was these services offered had no value. The facts underneath the plea. So he is not going to be asked to detail what was done. He's going to be asked to change his plea to a guilty plea. And he's going to be advised of all of his rights. He's going to be advised of the rights that he is giving up, including his right to appeal. He's going to be advised of the sentencing, and then he's going to be advised that his sentencing will be on a different date. Change of plea hearings can take 10, 15 minutes, more or less. It's generally not a super long hearing, but it's not surprising to me in that Kohberger's attorneys have wanted the death penalty off the table since the beginning. We had two very significant rulings from the court last week that kind of closed their last doors to getting the death penalty off the table, to getting the case delayed. Remember, they essentially argued like Lori Vallow-Daybell. They're like, but Your Honor, there was a leak, and so the death penalty has to come off the table. But Your Honor, we're not ready, so the death penalty has to come off the table. But Your Honor, we'll be ready if it's not a death penalty case and you take the death penalty off the table. But Your Honor, we can't be ready until the court does this, that. So those things have all been shut down now. The Cozy Treehouse said, when do they usually do victim statements or victim impact statements? At sentencing. So we will see that at sentencing. And sentencing won't be set until later in July. So the thing that I think is surprising is that Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, has come into court and said that the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, is innocent. He didn't do this. There was an alternative perpetrator. The things that she has been saying in court were, I always read as statements in advocacy. So does it surprise me now that the avenues to the death penalty are taken off the table that she asked the prosecutors if they would be willing to take that off the table for a plea deal? That does not surprise me. So at the end of the day, trials don't always go when they're slated to go. It's more rare in high profile trials. Like, it's more rare in high profile trials that this happens, but in the in and out everyday practice in criminal law, trials do plea. Trials do settle. There are times that you will go to court for a trial the day of trial, and even if the prosecution didn't offer a deal, sometimes the court will. And the defendant will plead to the court. And then all the jurors, it's like, thank you for coming. Goodbye. Thank you for coming. I've had cases that have pled during trial, which is unusual, but happens. So cases don't always go forward. A lot of you are asking, and by a lot, I mean a lot of you are asking, can Kohberger change his mind? I mean, anything is possible. And yes, the defendant can change his mind. Yes, of course he can. But once the plea deal is entered, the court is not going to no takesy backsies on that. But the fact that the letter has gone to the victim's family, that the victim's families have been consulted with, doesn't surprise me that that this has since been shared with the media, and that that this has been fairly well thought out, because I imagine that this is something, and this is speculative on my part, so we are dealing with breaking news, and this is speculative on my part. But in the speculative on my part, I imagine that the defense has been talking about this possibility with Bryan Kohberger for a while. I do not think this is new. I think this is something that they have been talking about behind the scenes. It wouldn't surprise me if they had been talking about, look, our goal as your defense team is to go through all of this. These are the motions we want to run. These are the rulings we want to see. We want to change a venue. These are all the things we want to do. And if we get to the end of all of that and the death penalty is still on the table, do you want us to go to trial and see what a jury says and then fight this for appeals for 10, 15, 20 years more? Or at that point, if all the other avenues are closed, do you want us to go to the prosecutors and ask if they will take that off the table? And this is a conversation that they would be having behind the scenes for a while. It's not something that they would just spring on the defendant, or it truly could be something he comes to them with out of the blue, but it wouldn't be something that the defense went to their client with out of the blue and were like, so how about this? This would be something that they would be talking about for a while as a possibility. So this Bryan Kohberger taking a plea deal for 4 consecutive life sentences, pleading to all counts as charged for 4 consecutive life sentences and not the death penalty, with waiving his appeal right, does not shock me. But the defense has all the evidence that the prosecution has. The defense does not have any other continuances. The defense does not have any other avenues to move forward. It is either this or trial. And trial leads to the very real possibility, and the defense and the prosecution are in the position to know this better than any of us, can lead to the very real possibility of a death penalty verdict from the jury that watches this trial unfold. There have been significant rulings, and we can go through some of those. I think that more helpful would be questions, but I'll put up a poll in a minute. It might be more helpful to do questions first, and then if we need to get into this, we can. But the court denied the continuance except for a brief week or whatever to postpone when opening statements started. The court denied the defense the right to bring a third-party culprit or alternate perpetrators. I say third-party culprit because that's what we are familiar with the terminology in Massachusetts, but alternate perpetrators, the court denied that motion to bring up alternate perpetrators. So the defense was not going to bring that up at trial and couldn't, because in most jurisdictions, and I say most because I don't know of a jurisdiction where this isn't the case, but I leave open possibilities because there are 50 states in the union and I am not intimately familiar with the laws in all of them unless we've had a case there. But in most jurisdictions, the court has to approve bringing up third-party culprit or alternate perpetrator. We saw that in the Karen Reed case. We talked about it a lot. Where you can't say this other person. You can say not this person, but you can't point to I don't want to name a name because it's a open case. I don't want to name a name, but you can't point to person XYZ and say, hey, it's person XYZ without having a substantial amount of evidence. And we went through the case law in the Karen Reed case about that, and it did not come in the Karen Reed case. They were allowed to bring in a Bowden defense saying, hey, what you can do is talk about the investigation. And that would have been the same in this case. You can talk about the investigation. You can question the witnesses. But the DNA was coming in. It was the first big fight. The Amazon purchases were coming in. Things from the cell phones were coming in. There was a lot of information coming in. And so it's not a surprise to me once all those avenues are closed that the plea deal was discussed. I'm going to put up a poll right now and ask if you guys want to get to some questions or if you want to go over those rulings, I will just give you an overview of the 3 significant rulings, even if we don't dive into the documents of them. So let me ask you guys. Choose your own adventure questions. Because I also am on more limited time than normal. So the overview of the 3 rulings that I see as significant. 1, the subpoenas in Pennsylvania had a hearing today. Those all got granted, which means any witnesses in Pennsylvania will have to go to Idaho. 2, the denial of any continuance. 3, Emily, 3, the denial of a continuance in any significant way. And 4, the court not taking the death penalty off the table. And 5, no ability for the defense to argue alternate perpetrator. So with all of that, just to summarize one more time for all of you just coming in who are like, what is happening? Bryan Kohberger's attorneys, according to ABC and other outlets, reached out to the prosecution asking if they would offer some type of a plea deal. It seems that the prosecution agreed to take the death penalty off the table as punishment if Bryan Kohberger would plea to all charges as charged for 4 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years on the burglary, no appeals, waive all appellate rights, and that would be, and restitution as ordered by the court, and that would be the plea deal. From what I have seen on social media and statements given to Bryan Entin, the Goncalves family is not happy with this result. I don't know if others are. More news will continue to come out about that, I am sure. What we have seen from both Bryan Entin and ABC is that this information is coming from a letter sent to the victim families, advising them that this plea deal is happening, advising them that there will be a hearing on Wednesday for a change of plea. And the outlets have stated that a sentencing date will be set later in July. So the sentencing will be later in July. The change of plea will be on Wednesday, July 3rd. The trial will not happen. The sentencing will probably be a full day of a hearing, which will allow for impact statements, which will be an incredibly emotional day. And the letter indicates, we will go back to that text again. The letter indicates, as being directly quoted from ABC, that prosecutors said in the letter to the families that the state was approached last week by Kohberger's defense team after those significant rulings made by the court. The court made those rulings on the 26th. So after those significant rulings, the defense approached the prosecution and said, okay, hey, is there ever going to be a plea offer in this case? Prosecutors said that they met with the available family members last week and weighed the right path forward and made a formal offer to Kohberger. Quote, this resolution is our sincere attempt to seek justice for your family, prosecutors wrote in the letter. Quote, this agreement ensures that the defendant will be convicted, will spend the rest of his life in prison, and will not be able to put you and the other families through the uncertainty of decades of post-conviction appeals. Your viewpoints weighed heavily in our decision-making process, and we hope that you may come to appreciate why we believe this resolution is in the best interest of justice. All of that indicates to me that not all of the victims' families were happy with this, that not all of them wanted this to resolve without trial, that not everyone wanted the death penalty taken off the table. It does not indicate to me, and I don't know, there might be more to this letter that's not being quoted. We might see that in full in the coming days, if not by the end of this stream. But prosecutors will also heavily consider civilian witnesses. And so the victims' families are one consideration, but the civilian witnesses and surviving roommates are a very big consideration for prosecutors as well. And then they have to balance those interests with the interest of everyone of the state of Idaho, which includes the interest of a trial, of an appeals process. And it can be hard because prosecutors are there to do justice. But oftentimes for victims' families, especially when they're frustrated with the plea deal, if the plea deal is the right thing for the case, even if the victims' families disagree, prosecutors will go forward with it. They do not have to have the victims' families in agreement with them, and they can still go forward with a plea deal either way. I've seen a lot of you ask, can the court reject the plea deal? Yes, in circumstances, courts can reject plea deals. This is not the case for that. And this is not the case where a plea deal would be rejected, because this is not the type of plea deal that would undercut the interest of justice, leave the community in danger. It's not a plea deal that changes a murder charge to a infraction assault for no reason. It is the type of plea deal that we often see in significant cases and in death penalty cases. It's not unusual for prosecutors to be willing to take a plea deal if appellate rights are waived, if it is life without the possibility of parole, which after trial is an option for a jury. If Bryan Kohberger went to trial, if he were convicted, then a jury is given the option to choose between the death penalty and life without parole. And if a jury chooses death penalty, when they say decades long, they really do mean it. The decades long appeal process is incredibly stringent. Things that might not be a huge issue in a case where somebody is sentenced to 5 years can become a much larger issue in a death penalty case. And death penalty cases can go back and forth on appeal for quite a long time. So no, waiving your right to appeal and waiving all appellate rights is a significant thing for prosecutors. And that doesn't always feel like a significant thing to families until they are 20 or 30 years into a case where things are still going back and forth and it is still fresh and new. The thing that's hard is that nothing brings back loved ones. And that's not anything someone knows until they've experienced it. And I hope that the victims' families find other victims' families who they can talk about this with. This is a unfortunately insular, isolating, difficult, and unique type of grief. And from all of the work that I have done, sometimes a conviction, not a conviction, a plea, not a plea, doesn't help the grieving process because it doesn't bring anyone back. It doesn't make the anger go away. It doesn't change what happened. And sometimes closing the door and moving forward can help. Sometimes a trial and seeing the process play out can help. Sometimes it doesn't, because it will bring up, months and months and months of evidence and witnesses. But at the end of the day, the thing that most are not going to get that they probably want is answers. And a trial can answer some questions, but a trial won't answer all of the questions. And questions like why, how, why these victims, and the rest of it generally don't get answered in a trial. The trial will answer by a jury if there's enough evidence that the person on trial did the things that are charged. But the prosecution's not putting forward motive. We've seen no motions regarding motive. We've seen no motions in limine regarding motive. We have seen no discussion of whether or not the prosecution's putting forward motive, which means they're not, because it's too late and those motions in limine are already done. So the prosecutors aren't moving forward with motive evidence. So the answer of why isn't going to get answered at a trial. It's not going to get answered likely at a plea. It's likely going to go unanswered, and that is a very difficult thing to process. So I feel tremendously sad for the victims' families. It is not easy to process through this all coming to an end quickly. And it makes me incredibly sad that they don't feel, from the things that I've seen today, that they don't feel heard in this. And that the prosecution statement, just going by the words in the letter, were, your viewpoints weighed heavily in our decision-making process. We hope that you may come to appreciate. The prosecution knows that the victims' families are not happy. And anger is a huge part of grief. But it is the prosecution's job to hold on to that and to decide what is the right result for the case and to decide what is the right result for the witnesses who have to testify. And I wonder if the surviving roommates are incredibly relieved by this, because I imagine that they will be incredibly relieved. And that is also something that has to be weighed for the roommates that have to continue on with the rest of their, young adult life and have to move forward with that. But the questions that are going to be unanswered, what about the evidence? It's not going to go through court. We're going to see limited more, if anything. Will the court lift any gag order from the lawyers? I don't know. We don't know at this point. I don't know. Gino has asked what a lot of people have asked. Can they make him say why he did it? No, they can't. They can't. And you can never really know if that's true or if somebody's just saying things to get a plea deal. So it doesn't really help either way. But no, they don't have to. And the hard thing about this is, in a lot of cases, in cases I've dealt with in my personal life, in cases I've dealt with in my professional life as a prosecutor, oftentimes a plea deal and a sentencing is the end. And in this case, unfortunately, the plea deal and the sentencing won't be the end because of what we saw in the defense motion. The defense motion for continuance talked about a book, at least one, if not more, that's coming out, talked about the leaked evidence. So even when sentencing is done, this case won't be done. My concern, and I'm sure I will have more by the time we get to Wednesday, is that if we are left without a trial process, there was no preliminary hearing process, that we will be left with quite a lot of speculation, not a lot of facts, leaks to the media, speculation about everything. So that isn't going to help the victims' families either. Where if there was a trial, as I'm saying the words, I realize that it also probably doesn't matter, but if there was a trial, one would hope that those questions would be answered. And then I also want to kick myself squarely in the ass for saying that, because y'all have watched a lot of trials with me. Have we seen trials where the facts have all come out and people still want to fight over what's happened at trial? Yeah, a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like, we've watched the trials and we've watched them together and we've seen the evidence and we've gone, okay, that's the evidence. And then the internet goes, bleh, and we're like, what the fuck is happening? Excuse me. We saw the evidence. Y'all watching the same thing we're watching? Because I'm pretty sure there were like, I don't know, 60,000 of us that all watched this go down, and we were all kind of generally on the same page. And then you look and you're like, how can anyone see this so differently? Huh. Wild. So even as I say, I hope that this moves forward with more understanding of the case. Even when it goes to trial, that doesn't always happen in high-profile cases. Now, does it? This is a great question from Lorca Lorca. Emily, if you believe your client was innocent, like Anne said about Bryan Kohberger, would you have him take the plea? I have not worked as a defense attorney, so I am going to hearken back to us watching Bryan Steele in the YSL case, so incredibly frustrated that his client was taking a plea deal. But it's his obligation, if his client wants to take the plea deal, to advise his client, to give him the best information and say, I don't think you should do this, but the client can do that. Bryan Steele was heartbreaking to me. Bryan Steele was like, don't do this. We're almost there. We're almost there. Don't. And his client was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to go to trial anymore. I want this plea. I'll be on probation. I want to be done. And you can advise your client, but you can't stand in the way of them taking a plea. And when I looked at that plea deal, and I feel much differently about that plea deal than I look at this plea deal. When I looked at that plea deal, what a shit show that case was, I exactly understand where Bryan Steele was. Like, I felt him. He was just like, please don't do this. And in the parts I saw that case playing out, it's like, would he have gotten convicted of anything? It doesn't matter. It's the job of the defense attorney to zealously advocate for their client. And when their client is like, and I am done and I want this deal and the prosecution wants to give it to me, you can tell them, I think this is a terrible idea, sir. This is a no for me, dog. In the words of Randy Jackson. But if your client says it's a yes for me, then it's a yes for them, and you do your best to protect their rights. Would this make me lose my mind? Yes, I was not a defense attorney. I am not always great in this area as a friend. When people are like, can I give you, I want your advice. And then they do not that. I'm just like, I mean, you asked for my advice. I gave you great advice and you did not adhere to the advice. Why the fuck would you do that? I give good advice. I can't imagine if that was my profession. You asked me the things. I told you the things. You did not listen. What are you doing? Why have you not blocked his number yet? What? I would be terrible at this. This is not the job for me. I would be terrible at this. However, I do not know what Ann Taylor thinks about her client. I know what Ann Taylor has said publicly in advocacy for her client. That's what we know. We know that Ann Taylor has said in advocacy in court for her client. I do not know what her personal thoughts are. But again, if your client says to you, I want the death penalty off the table, then fighting to get the death penalty off the table is part of your job. And I think Ann Taylor did that zealously. I don't think we can argue that she didn't. And at the end of the day, a lot can be said in court till the evidence comes out. And Judge Hippler was not fucking around. The defense wanted a change of venue. The defense got a change of venue. And I think it changed this entire case. So Lorca, I hope that answers your question. The defense got their wish. The defense got their wish. So, they wanted a new judge. They got a new judge. That new judge brought this case into quick focus and said, we are not doing this. We are not doing continuances. We are not playing games. We are moving forward. Your Honor, I need more time. I need more this. I need more that. The judge is like, great, but you took other cases, so you have time. You have a team, so you have time. Judge Hippler said, I will hear you out, but I am not going to be a pushover. And he wasn't. I cleared my schedule and we are moving forward. That's it. And that's what he did with these rulings. So he went all in on this case. And he is, Hippler is, well, not going to be put to the side, I would say. He is a strong judge and is not one to be trifled with. But the defense wanted to change venue. They got their change of venue. Sandy K said, question, does the family know the evidence or would they have a request to have everything unsealed? Well, this is a more difficult question than, Sandy, you ever intended it to be. And a lot of you have kept asking. This is not a knock at your question. There are so many unknowns in this. There's no evidence in court yet other than the motions. Could the motions be unsealed? Yes, the motions could be unsealed. But there's no other evidence in evidence because there's not been a trial and it's not gone through court process vetting. There are lots and lots of sealed motions. Those things can be unsealed. But beyond those sealed motions, I don't know what else we will see from this case. However, there's a big asterisk on this one for me. And the asterisk for me is, well, what about the leaks to the media? And I think we might see the leaks to the media be pursued more. So I don't know if in the context of this criminal prosecution, we will learn more other than the unsealed rulings, and we will see a lot of those, but I think we might still see more. So we will see. A lot of you are asking about the TikTok psychic. We will cover the TikTok psychic another day that was talking about this case because this case does not impact that case, even though the TikTok psychic keeps arguing that this case impacts that case. So for all of you asking, where would Bryan Kohberger be housed? Cart before horse. Also, Idaho gets to decide. Idaho gets to decide. I don't know where they keep LWOP prisoners. Idaho will get to decide it. So Emma asked if Emily went over the leaks. I did go over the leaks. I also went over the leaks. I went over the motions regarding the leaks. So we will see. Can the police release evidence? Not without more and not without cause. A lot of this has been sealed. And if the case is done, the case is done. There's nothing for them to release. Paige, I'm going to talk about other cases on a different day. We're just going through this case today. It's me, Stevie said, is this considered a win for the defense? It depends on what the defense wanted. And to me, it seems that the defense very much wanted the death penalty off the table, and that has been achieved. For those of you asking about the leaks, let's talk about those real quick, and then we're going to go through the motion. Over 60% of you wanted to go through the rulings, so we're going to go through those the best we can, and then we'll get to questions. I don't know how much time we'll have for questions, but we'll go through those rulings. With regard to the leaks, there were numerous media leaks to a potential book or a book that looks like it's coming out, and which I'm sure I will have more thoughts about by the time we get to the end of the week. And for I think it was a Dateline special. And the Dateline special had things from Bryan Kohberger's phone. It had surveillance videos and things that would have come from a file. The thing is, there's so many people involved in this case that whose file it came from is a large question. And the judge was fucking pissed about it and said, I want the prosecution to open an investigation into this and literally tell me why. Like full Backstreet Boys. Tell me why. Tell me why. I'm going to turn up my lights a little bit because this light outside is changing because I don't stream this time of day often. The judge is like, tell me why. Tell me how these things got out. Tell me how they got to Dateline. Who did all of this? And I went through that hearing. It might have been a podcast episode where I went through it, but we'll link it down below in this video. And the judge said, basically, I want somebody's butts. I want them now. I want somebody's butts. I want them now. Full Top Gun. Who leaked it? I want an investigation. I want a full investigation. I want to know how this shit got out. And then we'll deal with that because it's in violation of a court order. Somebody might be in contempt of court. That doesn't go away. That's not done now. So I will be covering that. And the judge indicated that he thought it might come from the prosecution side. That was the indication from the court. And I want to know. So, I am not sunburned. Something I ate today is not agreeing with me, and this is my allergy reaction. So, something I ate is pissing me off. So, it didn't start to flush until I started streaming. So there's not much I can do about it because something I ate made me mad, which just occasionally happens, but face flush is one of the first things. So yay, it's happened a couple times, but I don't know what it could have been because I didn't eat all that much today because I was on meetings from 10 a.m. till 5. So I don't know what it was. Something got me. But yeah, no, that is an allergy reaction. We're allergic to breaking news. That's what we're allergic to breaking news. It's why we never cover it. So it is what it is. But thank you guys for noticing and being mindful. If I turn on my fan, it's not going to help because it's an allergic reaction, but we can try. I did get a little sun this weekend and my lights are being weird because I was out at Band doing band things. We'll talk about Band another day. Band is very joyful. We'll talk about joyful Band later. Somebody's like, is it hot flashes? It might well be. Who knows? It could be anything at this age. Isn't it fun? Isn't it delightful? It's like, it could just be me. I could just be getting hot, but no, it's very much my typical allergy situation. My lights are being sassy. There we go. All the things. Streaming is dynamic. Streaming is dynamic. Streaming is dynamic. Isn't it fun? But no, probably not stress. It's just, all of the things. Let's continue on. Also, wearing the black hat sometimes throws off the white balance on the camera on occasion. Isn't it fun? Let's take a look at those rulings. Here are the rulings that we're going to look at. They are partially redacted by the court. Let's see. We're going to go over the offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators first and the memorandum decision on the motion to continue. But there was also an order today. Let me take a look at the news real quick. There was also an order today on testimony in this case. So let me try to grab that real quick and do that first. But this news, I think, has pushed everything else down the news feed. Because all those subpoenas were also granted earlier today. So I'm going to try to go backward and find those orders. So let's find that. Those are the out-of-state witness subpoenas that were being heard today in Pennsylvania. So there was a court hearing earlier today in Pennsylvania that was not public, to my knowledge, or not televised or streamed. To my knowledge, it was regarding third-party subpoenas. And we're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at that news media now, and then we'll go from there. So this is from fox56.com. I think that's probably local affiliate. This was originally published this morning at 11:57 and then updated this evening. Of course, it was with the news. Judge rules on Monroe County witness subpoenas in Bryan Kohberger, Idaho murder trial. So that's the courthouse. Several potential witnesses from Bryan Kohberger's home state of Pennsylvania appeared in Monroe County Court Monday morning as a judge decided whether they will be required to testify in Kohberger's upcoming Idaho murder trial. Kohberger, a former Washington State PhD student, was arrested in late 2020, we know. In court, Brandon Andriola argued against the defense subpoena, saying he's the sole provider for his family and fears the publicity could cost him his job. I mean, sir, I feel you. That is not an unreasonable fear. It is a real and stressful thing. He told the court his contact with Kohberger has been minimal since high school, with their last interaction taking place in 2020. Another man, Jesse Harris, who once trained Kohberger at a boxing gym when he was 15 or 16, also asked to be excused. He cited family health concerns and said he doesn't believe he has anything to contribute to the case. The judge denied both requests and approved the summonses along with a third witness who did not oppose the order. Also appearing in court, a prison official from Monroe County Correctional Facility with records of Kohberger's stay there, but the hearing was delayed as the official still needs to provide a sworn statement verifying the document's authenticity. Well, I guess that's going to be moot. The judge also postponed a decision on a subpoena for another individual, Ralph Vecchio, who was working at a car dealership when Kohberger's parents purchased a Hyundai Elantra in 2019. He sold them the car, so that would be essentially business records. Kohberger's trial is set to begin August 11th. Well, August 4th for jury selection, August 18th for opening statements. So let's get into those hearing or those orders. We were going to do these tomorrow. We're going to do them today. And a lot of you are like, let's hear the rulings. So we're going to go to those. We're going to go to those, and then we'll get to questions as best we can. So orders first. The alternate perpetrator one is, I think, a fairly significant ruling that the court made on June 26th. So when the letter from prosecutors and the reporting indicates that they were approached by defense last week, these rulings happened last week. And the defense was like, hey, can we talk? And that doesn't surprise me once all the rulings are done. It also doesn't surprise me that the defense waits till all the rulings are done. That is a part of the zealous advocacy. Once all the rulings are done, then, well, there's no other conversations left to have. Go to trial or take a plea deal. Those are the only avenues left. And we are now at the only avenues left. And it seems that the option was plea deal. Let's see why this isn't. Why aren't you cooperating? That's weird. Can we just, y'all, the way I'm so excited to switch streaming softwares, because this is just fighting. Why? Just, why does it have to be so difficult? All right, I guess that's what it wants to do. No. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to change streaming software. Okay. Better. This is filed June 26th. What day was June 26th? Chat, just what day? Just what day was June 26th? I don't even know what day it was. The day before DCI kickoff. What day was that? Thursday? Last Thursday. So this was from last Thursday. So this did move pretty quick. It's Monday. And this moved pretty fast. Redacted order on defendant's offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators. Remember, this was done at a closed door hearing. So we did not see this hearing, but this happened at a hearing. Introduction. The state previously moved in limine seeking to preclude defendant from offering or arguing alternative perpetrator evidence. When you hear alternative perpetrator, I want you to just think to yourself, third-party culprit. Same. It is similar to what we saw the defense arguing for in the Karen Reed case and asking for in that case. So alternative perpetrator, third-party culprit, use them synonymously, same, different jurisdictions. In accordance with the court's subsequent order on the motion, defendant filed his offers of proof and evidence in support, identifying 4 individuals as potential alternate perpetrators. Well, that's not super specific. That's 4 other people is not specifically other person. That is that's probably why this got denied. In accordance with the court's subsequent order on the motion, defendant filed his offers of proof and evidence in support, identifying 4 individuals as potential alternate perpetrators. I'm also glad there's some things I'm not happy when the court does them sealed. I am glad that this was sealed because 4 other people do not need to be roped into things by name when it is being denied and there's not enough evidence, because you can say anything in court and that isn't always helpful. The state objects to the presentation of this evidence at trial, arguing it fails to satisfy the standard under State v. Meister. Defendant conceded at oral argument. What? Well, this can't be a surprise then. Defendant conceded at oral argument that at this point, his proffer is not sufficient to pursue an alternate perpetrator theory at the outset of trial. Okay. But request latitude in cross-examination of the state's witnesses to try to establish additional evidence to satisfy the standard. No. The court concludes that at this time, defendant's alternate perpetrator proffer is inadmissible under State v. Meister, as it is irrelevant and or excluded by the Rules of Evidence 403. However, this does not foreclose defendant from cross-examining law enforcement regarding the reasonableness of its investigation. So exactly the same situation as the Reed case. Same. There is not enough to say this specific person did this specific thing, but enough to say, well, why didn't you investigate more? Did you investigate every single person whose cell phone touched the tower? Why not? Did you investigate every single person in the state of Idaho and Washington that owns a Hyundai Elantra over these years? Why not? So same thought. You can ask about the investigation and why things were or were not investigated, but you can't say, but what about this person? Yes. Okay. Same. The court concludes that at this time, defendant's proffer is inadmissible. Proffer means their argument, their shown evidence, what they have shown to the court. Standard. Great. This is the trial court standard. We appreciate a good standard. Trial courts have broad discretion in the admissibility of evidence at trial. Yes. A trial court acts within the bounds of its discretion when 1, it correctly perceived the issue as one of discretion, as it is here, acted within the outer boundaries of its discretion, acted consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and reached its decision by exercise of reason. Oh, look. Be reasonable. Okay. I don't know if we need a full analysis on this one because, well, they kind of give it away at the beginning that the defense said that they don't have sufficient evidence to pursue this argument. That's kind of done then. Analysis. In the seminal case, on the admissibility of alternative perpetrator evidence, we don't need the prior to the Meister case. We need what this case says. Meister clarified that the Idaho rules of evidence, rather than the more onerous Larson standard, controlled alternative perpetrator evidence admissibility, and under these rules, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. So it just follows the rules of evidence. Yeah, case law should just follow the rules of evidence. Fair. Rule 403 governs the exclusion of relevant evidence and permits the court to exclude evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I know, all of you that know Rule 401 and 403 were yelling about it during the first Reed trial. Where are we at needless presentation of cumulative evidence? That case further offered the following guidance on applying these rules and determining whether proffered, which means presented to the court, proffered alternative perpetrator evidence is relevant and admissible. If the defendant proffers evidence which merely tends to mislead the jury that another person committed the crime, the evidence is not relevant because it does not tend to make the defendant's involvement more or less probable than it is within the trial court's. Then it isn't, those words don't all go together. Then it is within the trial court's discretion to find the evidence inadmissible. Mere inferences that another person could have committed the crime will most likely not be relevant, and if relevant, will still be subject to the limitations in 403. Fair. Here the defendant has offered, I missed a word. Here the evidence the defendant has offered purporting to establish that 4 individuals as alternate perpetrators abjectly fails. The court's like just not even close. Abjectly fails to meet the standard. Namely, the evidence is entirely irrelevant. Oh, damn. I mean, damn. Nothing links these individuals to the homicide or otherwise gives rise to a reasonable inference that they committed the crime. Indeed, it would take nothing short of rank speculation by the jury to make such a finding. 3 of the individuals, footnote 2, redacted, were each socially connected to one or more of the victims, interacted with one or more of the victims at social events in the hours prior to the homicide. Look at that footnote. Redacted, 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 redacted. Lived within walking distance of the crime scene, footnote 3, not redacted, footnote 3. The fact that these individuals lived within walking distance to the crime scene is not probative evidence given that the perpetrator drove a vehicle to the crime scene. The court's like, I don't give a shit that you could walk. Did you drive? And the reason that we know that they know that the perpetrator drove to the crime scene is because of all the leaked video from Dateline showing surveillance video of the car at the house, which the court knows from the motions. Julie said, who proved that someone drove, though? The video that the court has that's all redacted out of all of this. The video. So that was proven to the court. Mimi said, this isn't at all surprising. Emily, didn't you call this a long time ago? I said if they were willing to take the death penalty off the table, then this case might plea. My uncertainty was whether the prosecution would be willing to do that or not. So, further, none of the individuals drove a vehicle matching the description of the suspected killers. So that's the court's finding on footnote 3. So lived a walking distance from the crime scene, continuing that sentence after the footnote, and were familiar with the layout of the victim's home from prior social events. I mean, it's a college house. Lots of people could be familiar with the victim's home. A lot of them lived in the home, and they have friends who come to the home. Well, perhaps this evidence could suggest an opportunity to commit the crime, which no doubt is an opportunity shared by dozens of other in the victim's social circles. There is no compelling evidence that any of them had a motive to kill the victims, much less physically harm them or means to do so. Further, there is no evidence connecting them to the crime scene. They have each cooperated with law enforcement, providing DNA samples, fingerprints, and allowing searches as requested. Notably, lab testing has excluded their DNA from samples taken from the crime scene and victims. The 4th individual, footnote 4, redacted, did not know the victims, but had a passing connection to one of them while noticing her shopping at a store approximately 5 weeks prior to the homicide. He followed her briefly out of the exit of the store while considering approaching her to talk. He turned away before ever speaking to her. This event was captured on a surveillance camera. Oh my God, this poor individual. Could you imagine being a college student, seeing a suspected fellow student at the grocery store and being like, I should ask them to have food and or a drink. I should ask them to do a thing. And then you decide not to. And so you turn around and walk away and are like, nope, I'm not going to talk to them. and then it's on video, and then you end up being questioned by law enforcement? Oh my God. Would you ever approach anyone again? I feel, whoever is in this footnote, I feel. So does Karina Kolakithis. Karina Kolakithis is like, look, my kid said, go out and have dinner with dad. You never go anywhere. My interpretation of teenagers, they might be much less snarky than that. You never go anywhere. You never go anywhere. Go out and have a drink with dad. And then you end up testifying in 2 murder trials. Was just going to go ask somebody out and was like, considered saying hey and didn't. Just, this poor human, I feel for them. Don't stop saying hey to people. You will find your person, but I feel for them. The event was captured on surveillance video. This individual subsequently cooperated with law enforcement, providing his phone number and a DNA sample. As with the other alleged alternative perpetrators, lab reports excluded his DNA from samples taken from the crime scene and victims, and there's no evidence connecting him to the crime scene. Oh, gosh. I feel for them. I feel for them. Can you imagine? It's awkward enough to be in college. It's awkward enough to try to talk to somebody. It's just so hard. I know all of you are saying, I just wanted Wingstop. Oh, God, that's the worst. Collectively, the court goes on to say defendant's proffer with regard to these 4 individuals fails to give rise to even an inference that they committed the crimes or otherwise make it more or less likely that the defendant was the perpetrator. Look, here's how this would have gone at trial. Hey, law enforcement. This person walked out of a grocery store following one of the victims. Did you talk to them? Yes. And what did they say? They say they were considering talking to them and then they decided not to. And then they gave us their phone number. They let us search and they gave us a DNA sample and we ran that DNA sample. We ran that DNA sample against all the DNA samples we have. And then nothing happened. That's going to go much differently than it did in the Reed case. In the Reed case, it was like, hey, law enforcement, what did you do with all this? They're like, nah, we good. We're good. Nah, we didn't do that. No, we didn't. Did you get their phones? Yeah, so about that with the phones, funny thing is, yeah, we were gonna get the phones, but then they were gone. What about going in the house? Yeah, no, see, we walked in and we kind of went, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. So what about anything else? No, why would I do that? Yeah, absolutely not. Why would I do that? No, I just knew everybody was going to do the right thing. Yeah. So we just didn't. Versus this, where the defense can't even really ask these questions on cross-examination because the answers on cross-examination would be, yeah, we found that person. Yeah, we got their phone number. Yeah, we searched their phone. So we got the movements of their phone so we could see where they were between these hours because they were probably in bed on Snapchat. So you know what they were doing. And then we took their DNA and then we ran their DNA. Anything else you would have liked us to do? Because phone, location data, social media usage, DNA, ran it against the DNA. Yeah, we ran out of things to do. So we did all the things. So what do you even ask? The defense doesn't have a lot of room to work with when they do all of the things. And I think that's why the defense was like, yeah, but can we try? And the court was like, no, what you're not going to do is just give it a shot with individuals who live in this community and we're friends of the victims. What we're not going to do is just see how it goes. It's not how this works. Yeah, they didn't. Tater Farm said, just to say we did it. Yeah, after all that shit goes sideways, we should have just done it to say we did it. Yeah, no, they weren't doing it just to say we did it. They were doing it to say, not you, not you, not you, not you. It was like, I don't know. It was like they were investigating. Weird. It was like they were investigating. Shock me, shock me, shock me. So, collectively, ooh, I'm going to cough. Excuse me. Pardon. I didn't want to sound like Ferris Bueller when he pushed all the buttons. Collectively, defendants' proffer with regard to these four individuals fails to give rise to even an inference that they committed the crimes or otherwise make it more or less likely that defendant was the perpetrator. Therefore, it is irrelevant under IRE 401. Defendant has provided no probative, admissible, significant evidence of motive, ill feelings, means, presence at the scene, or any other connection to the crime that could possibly move the ball to the extent it supports an alternate perpetrator theory. Footnote 5. Not redacted. It says at the state notes, but I think it's as the state notes. At the state, which is unusual for Judge H. At the state notes. None of the four individual drives a car that could be mistaken for a Hyundai Elantra. State's objection, paragraph 10, which is sealed. Most of these motions are sealed. The court goes on to say, likewise, here, presentation of the proffered alternate perpetrator evidence, which did happen at a hearing, most of which was sealed. The presentation of that evidence would pose a great threat of confusing the issues because it would force the state to defend against a nebulous allegation that perhaps these individuals were involved. This foray would lead the jury astray, turning its focus away from whether defendant, the only person whose actions are on trial, committed the charged crimes. It also presents a threat of unfair prejudice, as it would invite the jury to blame unrepresented persons for the heinous crime, when there is not a scintilla of competent evidence connecting them to the crime. The court just laid it out. We are not dragging anybody who lived on this street or knew these victims into this as a defense. You can point to what law enforcement investigated or not, but you cannot just start pointing fingers at everyone around. That's not what's happening. And the court said it would invite the jury to blame unrepresented persons for a heinous crime when there is not a scintilla of competent evidence connecting them to the crime. The court goes on to say, finally, it would do nothing more than waste the precious time of the jury and the court in what is already a scheduled 3-month trial. Well, not anymore. Nonetheless, the court's ruling does not preclude defendant from confronting and cross-examining the state's law enforcement witnesses regarding the thoroughness of the investigation. Very similar to the Reed case. You can't say this person did it. You can say, hey, law enforcement, did you do this? Did you not do this? What did you do? Same thing. And so the court is limiting it to the police investigation. Let's see. The court says that they can examine, well, again, this is all moot, but they can examine law enforcement, particularly in following up on and ruling out leads generally. Indeed, the Idaho Court of Appeals recently found in an unpublished opinion that questioning a detective about failing to follow up on other plausible leads was relevant to alternative perpetrator analysis. Quote, we agree with Emerson that the relevant line of inquiry would be to question the scope and breadth of the investigation, to explore on cross-examination whether plausible investigative leads about third parties were ignored or overlooked. Plausible third-party leads being ignored or overlooked. So you can see where that argument made a lot of headway in the Reed case and where that might not make a lot of headway here, because was a plausible lead overlooked. And law enforcement's going to be like, we took DNA, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did this. So it's a much different argument here in that the actions of law enforcement are different. But the argument challenging law enforcement follow-up is essentially the same. The court goes on to say the court will apply these same parameters at trial regarding defense cross-examination of law enforcement. He may, and again, he, referring to defendant, he may inquire as to the reasonableness of the investigation, including investigating and ruling out other leads. He is not, however, permitted to question law enforcement about the investigation of any specific individual as a potential alternate perpetrator without first raising the matter with the court outside the jury's presence. So the court closed that door. If something earth-shattering had come up at trial, the court said, you can't just bring it up in front of the jury. You have to bring it up to the court first, which is similar to the ruling in Reed. You can't just bring it up in front of the jury. It has to come to the court first. You need court permission. You can't just go into court and start throwing out like Wile E. Coyote and being like, Wile E. Coyote did the thing. We're just going to use fictional names. And then say, you know, Wile E. Coyote did the thing. You can't just throw that out to a jury without court permission. And that is consistent in most jurisdictions. Okay. I can blame Doctor Who's like, why are you against Wile E. Coyote? I mean, his lawyer's not in the chat. I could blame Pepsi. Would it be better if we just went with a product? We'll just blame Pepsi. It's Pepsi's fault. What do you have against Pepsi? It's not Coke. We'll just blame Pepsi. Exactly. Fine. We'll blame Pepsi. Fair enough. Some of you are like, you can't blame Pepsi. We'll blame Pepsi. We'll blame Pepsi. Oh, Emily, wrong cup. Darn it. That was on my desk from earlier. All right. We'll just blame Pepsi. Some of you are like, as I'm drinking a Pepsi. It's Pepsi's fault, but Wiley is innocent. Fine. Wile E. Coyote's name has been, it's fair. Emily said, I've always felt bad for Wile E. Coyote. The Roadrunner was mean. We'll just blame Pepsi. We can't blame root beer. I love root beer. Root beer's, you know, you throw some ice cream in there and it's all good. It's all good. All right. Are we ready to move on to the other ruling? And then we'll get to questions. For all of you just coming in, Bryan Kohberger, it is being reported widely from a letter sent to victim families that Bryan Kohberger is taking a plea deal. He is taking a guilty plea on everything as charged in exchange for multiple life sentences, which is life without the possibility of parole. It's life plus life plus life plus life plus life, period. And in exchange for that, he is waiving his appellate rights, meaning this will not be appealed. The plea will be done. The state will ask for restitution, and they will not be seeking the death penalty. He will be allowed to serve out life in prison without the possibility of parole, essentially, with those multiple life sentences. So that's what we are seeing reported today. I am not surprised that after the rulings from the court really closing the door on the alternative perpetrator, and the defense would have known that was going to happen, saying, well, we're doing our best here, Your Honor. I'm trying my best, Your Honor. And the lack of continuance, because the defense in that hearing we covered, the defense was just kicking for a continuance and saying to the court, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. Because of the leaks to the media, because of the, because we don't have enough time. And Ann Taylor said a couple times, but Your Honor, if it wasn't a death penalty case, then we would be prepared. But Your Honor, the death penalty came off the table in the Lori Daybell case for discovery violation, and there were discovery violations here. That's not what the court found. So the defense went every single way that they could go to try to get this taken off the table. And when all of those doors were closed, they went to the prosecution and said, would you like to offer us a plea deal? Because we would like to take a plea deal. Jeff said, why did he decide to admit guilt? Because the prosecution is taking the death penalty off the table. So he is going to plead guilty to the charges for life. That is everything that's being reported. And we will see that happen in court on Wednesday. I don't have any reason to believe that that would change. Let's look at the other ruling. The other ruling was the decision and order on defendant's motion to continue. We knew that this was coming because the amended scheduling order hit the docket first, and the amended scheduling order was like, y'all are going to trial. So that order hit before we got to this order. So it was known. We just hadn't had a chance to cover it. Let's see. Sorry, sitting. I drove a very long time yesterday. So sitting, I'm just like, I'm going to be very wiggly today. It's been a lot of driving. We'll talk about it during questions. Lisa said, can he appeal later? No. If he takes a plea deal, he is waiving all of his appellate rights. Can he appeal later? No. He is waiving his appellate rights. He could try to appeal the waiver of appellate rights, and that would go similar to how it went in Monroe, where the court was like, no, you were advised. Nope, do not pass go. It would be a big old, where's my Yannetti nope?
Nope.
It would be a big old nope. And if he tried to appeal saying, I didn't understand what waiving my appellate rights said, they would pull out the record and say, you were told. Because they're going to ask the lawyers too. Have you advised your client of all this? They're going to ask Kohberger. Are you aware of all of this? Did your attorney explain this to you? The court will go over that very thoroughly. And then the appellate court will say, you were advised. Period. And you are making this knowingly and intelligently. You have had time to speak to counsel about it. You have had time to discuss it. They would ask all of those things. So no, the waiver of appellate rights is the end, unless they find that there was, the what ifs can get spiraled out, but the court takes a very thorough waiver of all those things, of anything that could or would or possibly happen. They will ask about duress. They will ask about, have you been promised anything other than what's said on the record, and those sorts of things. So once appellate rights are waived, there's not really anywhere to go with that. Murdaugh tried, which shocked me. And the court was immediately like, yeah, no with that. How dare you? How dare you even try? Let's get into the last motion that we were going to talk about, and then we'll get to questions. This is the court's denial of the request for continuance from the defense's motion. Why the... Oh, because I did it wrong. This one was my fault. There we go. That was me. I can't wait to switch streaming softwares. This is also from June 26th. Before the court is the defendant's motion to continue the trial in this matter. The basis for the motion is threefold. I thought the argument about the leaked video was the strongest argument they had. First, he asserts that the volume of discovery continues to pose a challenge to his counsel's ability to timely and meaningfully review all of it. Second, he asserts that there is a penalty phase investigation and preparation that still needs to be done. The court's like, yeah, too bad. Too bad with that. Third, he asserts that recent and forthcoming publicity on the case is highly prejudicial. Maintaining the current trial setting under these circumstances, defendant argues, will render any conviction and sentence unconstitutional. The state responds that defendant's motion is untimely and he has failed to show either good cause for continuing the trial or prejudice that would result from maintaining the current trial setting. Oral argument on this motion was held June 18th, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds a continuance is not warranted as defendant has not made a showing that there is good cause to continue the trial or that his substantial rights would be prejudiced by proceeding to trial as scheduled. Footnote 1. Defendant filed some of his materials ex parte. While the court is not convinced that much of his filing is necessary or appropriate to be treated as ex parte, the court will nevertheless, in an abundance of caution, issue a redacted and unredacted version of this order, with the state only receiving the redacted version, given that the court is denying defendant's motion. Standard. A motion for continuance of trial is addressed to the sound discretion of the court. Yes. Under Idaho law, a criminal defendant seeking a continuance must demonstrate that his or her substantial rights will be prejudiced absent a continuance. Where a continuance is sought based on late discovery or disclosure of evidence, the alleged tardiness of the discovery must be shown to be so prejudice the defendant's case preparation that a fair trial will be denied. The bare claim that additional investigation could have been conducted is not sufficient. Additionally, where a continuance is sought for the potential receipt of evidence from further investigation, the motion is properly denied if based on speculation. Defendant argues a continuance is necessary for him to sufficiently review relevant discovery, conduct a full and complete investigation of mitigation evidence, that's for the penalty phase, particularly claimed new evidence or newly revealed evidence that allegedly raises quote unquote red flags, and remedy the prejudice by recent and upcoming inflammatory publicity. Inflammatory, huh? Inflammatory. Well, there's a whole book coming up that seems to have a bunch of leaked information. So that is the inflammatory publicity and the alleged leak of information to the media. Moving forward with trial, defendant warns will violate his rights under the U.S. and Idaho constitutions, footnote 2. And then defendant, we read this in the motion, and I went through this motion at length, but cited all of the different things of the, all the different provisions of the Constitution. The court continues to say in this order, absent from defendant's materials, however, is any good cause. Damn, you said a lot, but you didn't say what you needed to say, which is that there's good cause. You said a lot of things. Defendant has not demonstrated a continuance is warranted to review discovery. Defendant contends that the vast amount of discovery in this case renders it impossible for the defense team to review the necessary and relevant discovery in a manner that allows for it to be comprehensively integrated into his defense. He further argues, without any support or explanation, that there are a myriad of issues that continue to arise from the state's failing to comply with discovery and expert disclosure deadlines, footnote 3. Defendant continues to complain that the state's quote-unquote discovery violations, but to be clear, this court has found no such violations by the state. Damn! The court is just like, excuse me, no. Defendant continues to complain of the state's discovery violations, but to be clear, this court has found no such violations by the state. That's why the court keeps putting it in parentheses. A continuance, he argues, is necessary for counsel to mount an effective defense. The court, however, rejected this same argument 2 months ago when defendant sought to strike the death penalty and impose discovery obligations upon the state. We watched that hearing and we went over those rulings. In its order, the court observed an utter lack an utter lack of any proof supporting defendant's accusations of discovery violations by the state. More importantly, the court found defendant's complaints of being unable to meaningfully review discovery entirely unconvincing. Judge H is like, not today, you don't. And in case you are confused, counsel, the court found defendant's complaints entirely unconvincing, pointing out that lead counsel struggled to articulate in any meaningful way what evidence, let alone relevant evidence, counsel has been unable to review over the past 2 years, and why efforts to facilitate discovery review were not made long ago through this court and or a resource judge, footnote 5. Defense coming in and saying, but Your Honor, I need more time. He's like, yeah, no, you don't. Yeah, no, you don't. Manisha in the chat said, has Emily covered either? Yes, I have. We have a playlist on the case, and I've covered it on the podcast as well on the Emily Show channel. Yeah, I've covered almost all of the rulings in this case and the court hearings The only court hearing I don't think we covered was the last one that was about 30 minutes long. We did not cover that one, but that one is this, where the judge was just like, yeah, no, I'm not having it. And to be sure, a lot of judges would say, well, if the defense really needs a continuance, maybe we give the defense a continuance, which can put the state at a disadvantage as time goes on. Because then the defense comes to trial and is like, but your memory isn't as good now as it was, is it? But time has changed, isn't it? Time changes your memory, doesn't it? So having to navigate for the court what's fair to both parties and the surviving roommates and the victim's family, you have to navigate the speedy trial on both sides. And the court is like, tell me what you need. Well, Your Honor, we just need more time. But if this wasn't a death penalty case, then we'd have more time and we'd have sufficient time. And the court's like, tell me what you need. Well, we need more time. And then the court says, more time for what? Because you have time for this and you have time for this and you have time for that. What more time do you need? Well, it's a lot of work. And if we had more time, you've had 2+ years. Why didn't you bring it to the court's attention earlier? The court, it seemed to me, my speculation, the court, it seemed to me, thought that the defense waited until the last minute to say, now we need more time. But if you take the death penalty off the table, then we'll be ready. And the court is like, what you're not going to do is play games with me. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. No. Why didn't you bring it to me sooner? And the defense is like, well, the defense wanted a change of venue and they got a new judge. And this new judge is like, nope. Because the judge's questioning was very much so you waited till the end of time to see if I would then take the death penalty off the table because you aren't ready. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it at all. And the court saw it coming from the beginning of this case getting transferred. So, continuing on with this order, the court said, you didn't bring this to the court and ask. Footnote 5. Defendant's continual reference to the number of terabytes of discovery produced in this case is not helpful. But Your Honor, it's so much discovery. Nope. I don't care if it's 50 terabytes. What are those terabytes of? Defendant's continual reference to the number of terabytes of discovery produced in this case is not helpful without providing a meaningful explanation of what the data primarily consists of and its particular relevance and importance. Indeed, per my last email, as we discussed at the April 9th hearing, it appears that most of the terabytes consist of extensive video surveillance from local businesses and residences that show nothing of significance because it was 6+ weeks of pulling surveillance trying to find an answer. In fact, the state indicated at that hearing that much of the discovery is completely irrelevant and stipulated that it is unaware of any Brady material in the video surveillance footage other than specifically identified in motion practice. Given that the state has identified all of its trial exhibits, the defense cannot be unaware. The footnote continues on to the next page. The defense cannot be unaware of all of the incriminating evidence in the discovery. Finally, it should be noted that it was defendant who early on demanded that the state provide all investigative materials, no matter how irrelevant or unhelpful. Per my last email, counsel, you asked, you got what you asked for. Now you cannot complain that you got what you asked for. You got what you asked for. You wanted all of it, no matter how irrelevant. You can't say, give me every single video, even if it's completely irrelevant, even if it shows nothing but leaves on a tree blowing back and forth in a park at the university for 4 weeks. Give us the video and then turn around and say, but Your Honor, that's 4 weeks of video. How are we going to review all of it? Well, they didn't have to give it to you. You wanted it. So you asked for it and they said, no, but now we need more time. And the court is like, we're not playing these games. We're not playing these games. And the court is not holding back. The words will not be minced. Let's see. That was footnote 5 because it was 2 pages long. Going back to the court's order, defendant's second round of this argument fares no better. Second verse, same as the first, maybe just a little bit worse. Defendant's second round of this argument fares no better. He again fails to identify any relevant discovery that his counsel has yet to review. Footnote 6. We'll try to do footnote voice again. This judge is full of fucking footnotes today. The only discovery counsel claims to have not fully reviewed are all of the thousands of tips provided to law enforcement. How many of those were from the TikTok psychic? How many of those were from the internet? The only discovery counsel claims to have not fully been reviewed are all the thousands of tips provided to law enforcement. She argues that these tips may lead to the discovery of evidence of an alternate perpetrator. The deadline for presenting alternate perpetrator evidence has come and gone, with no motion by the defense to extend it further. To offer alternate perpetrator evidence, defendant needs far more than an unsubstantiated hearsay tip that another person could have committed the crime. Yeah, the TikTok psychic calling the FBI tip line to say that my claircognizant intuition says that it's somebody from the history department isn't going to work. It's not going to do it here. Also, if those were the things that you were most concerned about, the court's like, you've got a lot of people working on this, law clerks and paralegals. You didn't ask for more resources. And Taylor said, well, Your Honor, they can review it, but they can't put it into my brain. Do you remember her arguing that? I do. They can review it, but they can't put it into my brain. I worked as a law clerk, and Taylor probably did too. But they can review it and say, these 3 things are helpful, review these. They can sift it for you. And then you can just review what's relevant. So that the things you need to put into your brain, you can do because they've sifted it. More sassy footnotes to come. The court goes on in this order to say he also fails to identify any steps his counsel has taken, particularly since the court's prior order to aid in processing the yet unreviewed discovery. Did you ask for more help? Do you need more resources? Do you need more people? What do you need? Oh, nothing? You asked for nothing. Well, don't ask, don't get. If you didn't ask for help, I can't give you more help. Footnote 7. At the hearing on defendant's motion to strike the death penalty based on his counsel's alleged inability to process discovery, the court suggested several options counsel had to obtain assistance in discovery review. There is no evidence that counsel has exercised any of these options. Oh, shit. The court's like, I gave you advice, but you did not take any of my suggestions. I told you I could help. But you did not take any. You said you complained, but you did not take it. You did not take up my offer for help. What am I to do? There is no evidence that defense counsel has exercised any of these options, nor has there been any good explanation of why counsel has not sought additional resources to process and review discovery, such as the tips and security videos. The failure to do so suggests a recognition that this discovery was extremely unlikely to bear fruit. Counsel, you didn't ask for help because you didn't really need help, did you? The court's not happy. All right. That was footnote 7. The court goes on to say, moreover, defendant does not explain why he waited to seek a continuance until after discovery closed. Expert disclosure deadlines passed and the pretrial conference has occurred. Why are you waiting so long, boo? If defense counsel was truly struggling with discovery review, this motion should have been made when the claimed problem became apparent and certainly should have been brought prior to the expiration of discovery, all expert deadlines, and the final pretrial conference. Instead, defense counsel has robustly litigated this case, retaining approximately 24 experts. And yes, before you even ask, those experts will get paid for the work that they've done. They will not get paid to testify in trial since there is no trial. But yes, they would have gotten paid for all of the work that they did. Yes, paid by the state. Retaining approximately 24 experts and a full mitigation team, engaging in extensive motion practice and disclosing witnesses and exhibit lists with nary a whisper that a continuance would be sought. Oh, shit. Nary a whisper. So the court thinks they're gaming. Wait to the last minute and say, but Your Honor, if the death penalty is on the table, we can't possibly go forward to trial. And the court said, bet. You absolutely can. Insert funny name said, what is a mitigation team? A mitigation team is a team to come in to deal with the mitigation phase if the defendant is convicted and it goes to the death penalty phase. There's an aggravation and mitigation phase in the sentencing. So that's a team to investigate things that would come up in the penalty phase of the case. So that's not going to happen, but they had a full team to deal with that. But, you know, we've seen what the court said. Nary a whisper. Without more, oh wait, footnote 8. We're not there. I got lost at nary a whisper. It was too good of a sentence. The judge's writing is, get the fuck out of here with this. He's just like, do not play with me. I've been doing this for too long. Let's see. 24 experts, a full mitigation team, engage in extensive motion practice, disclosing witnesses and exhibits with nary a whisper that a continuance would be sought. The court continues saying these actions belie his counsel's on. Damn. These actions belie his counsel's ongoing and ultimately empty discovery complaints. Footnote 8. Y'all just wanted me to read this because the judge is so fucking mad. Okay. When all of you voted, like over 60% of you were like, read the motions. Did y'all know? Did y'all know these were this spicy? You did, didn't you? You knew they were these spicy. You knew I hadn't heard them yet. I haven't read them yet. I have been banned. Y'all knew. Y'all knew. Chat knew. Chat was like, yes, girl. Yes, we knew. And we wanted you to read the spicy footnotes. All of you were like, yes, this happened last week. We knew. Look. But y'all, Phantom Regiment doesn't have a name for their show this year. Like, A Girl Has No Name. I have been so deep down the band rabbit hole. I had no idea this judge was going to be this spicy. Y'all knew, and you're the best for it. Thank you. Because we'll talk band tea later, but no name. We'll talk. Okay. Spicy Judge H. Oh, we're not done with Judge H yet, though. Cat Mom said, sad we won't see more of Judge H. There's still an investigation. There's still an investigation. The judge is not going to let that go. Judge H isn't letting it go. Julia said, wait, Phantom has no name for their show. I know. We'll get back to it when we get to questions. A Girl Has No Name. The name is a phantom. Literally no name. Literally none. We'll talk about it. Okay. We're not done with sassy footnotes yet. Monica said, has Judge H ever not been spicy or been not spicy? No. Remember, he started this case with, I would love to tell y'all that I'm happy to be here today, but let's not start with an untruth. That's how he started. That's how he started. He started with, let's not start with an untruth. I think I rewound it 4 times. I was like, are you... What? I've never seen anything like that in my life. Ever. It was everything. But I have never seen a judge straight up go. For those of you that haven't seen it, we'll play it before we go to, Miguelina will grab it for me. We've timestamped it a million places. I will pull it up and play it before we go to Q&A. We'll sprinkle in a little judge sass. Because I have never seen anything like that in my fucking life. I would like to say that I'm happy to be here, but let's not start with an untruth. Damn. All right, sassy footnotes. These actions, I feel like our friend Hogue would love this judge so much, and the spicy, sassy writing, and the vocab. I feel like this would be a Hogue favorite. He is not covering this case, but I might send him this motion and be like, just read it. Like, just read it right now. These actions belie his counsel's ongoing and ultimately empty discovery complaints. Footnote 8. We're not done with the footnotes yet. Relevant here too is the fact that defense counsel did not argue for a continuance as an alternate remedy to defendant's attempt to strike the death penalty because of counsel's alleged inability to get through the discovery. Right, because they didn't want this as an option. They wanted the death penalty off the table. They didn't want a continuance. This highlights that his claims regarding the volume of discovery were used as a tactical sword. Oh, he said it! Oh my God. I didn't think he would actually say it. I was just speculating that that's what he thought. Holy shit. Damn. I mean, damn. I was reading between the lines on the way the court was asking questions during the motions. And he put it in the fucking footnote. This highlights his claims regarding the volume of discovery were used as a tactical sword untethered to a serious legitimate concern about the ability to be prepared. Oh my God. Judge H is like, you, defense, keep complaining about things that don't exist as a tactical choice to get me to do something different. And what I'm not going to do is that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Legal D is behind in the video. So Legal D is going to come to this response later on, but said, I'm behind and just got to where Emily said people not taking her advice would not be her job pick. LOL, welcome to family law. Yeah, I could have never. Because somebody would come into my office and be like, well, we're here now. And I'm like, and I told you how to not be here now. And yet here we are. No. I told you to do A, B, and C, and you didn't. Yeah, it's why business law was hard when I was doing consulting, which is why I did consulting. I didn't want to do business. It's like, do this and you'll protect yourself. And then they come back and are like, I fucked it up. And you're like, well, it's going to cost me 3 times more to fix it. Can't put the shit back in the horse. Dr. B had that happen too. Dr. B would have a patient who would be like, I want to do this. And Dr. B's like, we can't do that. And they'd be like, but I want to do this. And he's like, we can't do that. And then when they would go to somebody who would just like slap on some veneers or whatever, and come back in 2 years and be like, I need help. And he's like, well, this is a lot harder to fix than when you came in and I told you that we can't do that. It's gonna be hard to fix. So, all right. Jolene in the chat said, my husband tries to do that with his clients. He's a CFP. I get it. There's times I'm willing to take the tax though. It's like, you need to do this or you're going to have to pay more. It's like, I'm not going to be done in time. The ADHD tax, I'll just pay it. But the snark on this judge, man, damn. I don't think this judge knew that this case was going to settle, but he put it all out there. He was just like, fucking hell. Used as a tactical sword. He said it way better than I did. That was a strongly fucking worded footnote. And I think this judge has been incredibly fair. He has heard everyone out. And when he gets to the end, he is like, and I am done. Without more, he says it in the body too. In case you didn't read the fucking footnote, he goes on. He persists. Yikes. Without more, the court can only conclude that defense counsel is using the volume of discovery in terabytes as a tactic to delay the proceeding at the 11th hour simply for the sake of delay, rather than a legitimate threat of prejudice to the defendant's substantial rights. Perhaps even more problematic and more telling is the utter failure of defense counsel now or at any time to specify not only what needs to be reviewed, but importantly, when that review would be complete and defendant ready for trial. Instead, defendant seeks an unbounded continuance with no apparent plan to complete the review of unspecified evidence that counsel claims it has yet to review. This is not sufficient to warrant a continuance. Damn. He's just put it all out. He's just put it all out there. Y'all, I'm not here for it. That's what he said. I'm not here for it. He's like, I am the find out. I am the find out. Here it is. Holy shit. This judge is just like, we are done. But here's the thing. He gave them opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And we have seen other defense attorneys recently in the Reed case, and I am definitely struggling with recency because that is the most recent case we watched. But there were times when Jackson was asking for a continuance and he said, we think the court will rule by this time and we need the court to finish ruling before we do this. Can we have a continuance to this date or start jury selection and postpone opening statements till after this because we're waiting for the court to rule? There was a very specific reason and a specified amount of time. It was not a, we're just not ready. It was a, this is the reason, this is what we need, and this is what we're asking for. Which is why I thought it was petty when the defense said, can we have an hour and, 30 minutes for closing? And the court says, well, I'll give you an hour and 15 minutes because you asked for an hour 30. But maybe if you had asked for 2, I would have given you an hour and 30. Don't fucking mess with me like that. When the defense has routinely asked for what they need with reason, asking for an hour and 30 minutes is not a massive ask in a 9-week trial. But when judges dick with people and say, well, if you had asked for 2, maybe I would have given you an hour and a half, it's stupid. Here, the judges said over and over again, what do you need? Because I can help you. Do you need more paralegals? Do you need more law clerks? Do you need a discovery judge to help you go through the discovery? What do you need? And the defense is like, more time. He goes, okay, how can I give you more resources so that you do not need more time? And the defense was like, And the judge is like, okay, fine, done. Continuing on. Defendant has not established a continuance is necessary to conduct a more thorough life history investigation and identify necessary experts. This is for the penalty phase that is not going to happen because of the plea. They're asking for more investigation. The court is saying you have done sufficient, and all of these cases have found that you have done sufficient. The investigation defendants experts have undertaken over the past 2 years far exceeds that in the case the court is citing Roe. In fact, readily appears to satisfy the relevant ABA guidelines cited by defendant footnote 11. In its opposition to defendant's motion, the state appended 2 tables that cross-reference a list of tasks defendant has identified from the ABA guidelines with the actual record in this case. These tables demonstrate that the guidelines have been amply satisfied. So the defense said, I have this full explanation. And the prosecution was like, and this is what you've done with your obligation. White 007 or 007 said, Emily, your damn reminds me of Hamilton. That might just be because I've listened to Hamilton at least twice all the way through in the last few days, because it is what Griffin wanted to listen to on the road trip. We listened to all of Hamilton twice. I think entire catalog of Weird Al, Phantom of the Opera once, Grease. Oh, and Beetlejuice, the musical as well. We went through musical soundtracks on this. We were in the car a lot. So I'm not surprised by that. So the court notes, look, the guidelines say you need to do this work, and you've done the work. You have met the guidelines. You have gone through the defendant's full education records, his full mental health and medical records, his childhood records, his employment records, the mental health and employment records of his sisters. Imagine how much that would suck. The mental health records of his parents, his father's military records, Social Security records, court records from multiple generations of his family, VA records and death certificates, multiple interviews with defendant and each immediate family member, interviews of 2 of defendant's 4th grade teachers, former boxing coach, and a psychologist who evaluated him in 2005, interviews with multiple members of his extended family on his maternal and paternal side, interview with his professors and advisors, his coworkers, at least one family friend, and letters and jail calls between defendant and his family. All of it. They've gone through all of it. All of his family members' medical records, mental health records, work history, his teachers. All of it. They go on to say it's evident from the reports of defendant's mitigation experts that they have developed an expansive understanding of defendant's family. Defendant's family environment. The page jumped and my brain did as well. Social developmental history, family history, educational history, mental health and medical history. And from this evidence, these experts have rendered several current diagnoses and identified other diagnoses for which defendant has met criteria at some point in his life. So where the court is going with this is what else needs to be done then? Despite such an extensive investigation, defendant claims additional investigation is warranted, and then that is redacted. It sounds like it's done, though. Excuse me. It sounds like it's done. So the court is going through this and saying, you've done quite a lot, but notably missing from a declaration that's redacted is any indication as to how, I assume, doctor intends to confirm her suspicions or how long she expects to take, be that months, years, or even decades. Footnote 15, all redacted. The rest of this is going to be about mental health and medical records. I'm not surprised it's heavily redacted. We've seen the court say, look, you've not given us specifics. None of this has support. And so I'm going to zoom past this because I do want to get to questions. The court says in the final paragraph of this section about the mitigation, which would happen during a penalty phase that's not going to happen, quote, moreover, defendant provides absolutely no plan for how further investigation will proceed, who will be interviewed, how long it will take. The Constitution does not demand, and this court is not willing to continue the trial indefinitely to allow the defense team to embark on a fishing expedition, pulling at every conceivable thread in defendant's family tapestry, familial tapestry. Counsel, it's just, what movie am I thinking of? Brave. It says family tapestry. Brave immediately comes to mind. Counsel's assertion that they will be better prepared with more time and more evidence is an assertion shared by every lawyer involved in a trial. I mean, it's everyone involved in life. If I had more time, yep, but you don't. If I could be better prepared, yep, but you're not. Everyone in their life. If I had more time, yeah, yes, all. It's funny because sometimes lawyers are like goldfish and they will just take up the amount of time they are given. And when they are given less time, somehow it just miraculously all gets done. So the defense wants more time and more evidence, which is an assertion shared by every lawyer involved in any trial. At some point, and particularly after 2.5 years of investigation, the defense team must be satisfied. Oh, they're never going to be satisfied. Never going to be satisfied. Like they're never going to be satisfied. No. The defense team must be satisfied with what they have, which in this case is extensive footnote 19 redacted. Let's go through the redacted bits. However, this does not mean that the investigation into mitigation evidence has been unreasonable. It simply means that the investigation as it regards redacted did not bear all the fruit defense counsel speculated it might bear. So you ran down that trail that's redacted and didn't get what you wanted. Further, redacted has provided no basis to believe that redacted with more time or that they may be the source of yet uncovered mitigation evidence. So you're just never going to be satisfied. Okay. Can't get no satisfaction. I saw that in the chat as well, which is you wanted this avenue or this expert or whatever it is to bear more fruit and it didn't. Okay. Then that's done. It is. At some point, it is what it is. In addition, while the crime victim's rights to a timely disposition under Article 1, Section 22 of the Idaho Constitution do not trump defendants' federal constitutional rights, they provide an additional justification for proceeding with trial as scheduled. For these reasons, a continuance is not warranted, footnote 20, which just juxtaposes the two constitutions. A continuance is not warranted due to pre-trial publicity. Defendant next seeks a continuance due to recent inflammatory pre-trial publicity. On May 9th, approximately 3 months before trial was set to begin, Dateline NBC aired a 2-hour episode about this case. I did a podcast on it. We'll list it below. The episode included details and materials about the case which, if true, are not publicly available and which promote a narrative of guilt. Defendant also advises that on July 9th, Amazon Prime Video is planning to release a 4-part docuseries about the homicides. And on July 14th, crime author James Patterson is set to release a book he wrote about the same. Defendant contends that the media coverage so close to trial threatens his right to a fair trial by an impartial jury, which can only be ameliorated by a continuance. In addition, defendant argues that a continuance is necessary to investigate the source of the leaks to the media and impose accountability. This was the argument I found most compelling, because I can see an argument where, and this is moot, but I can see an argument where the defense is saying, look, we need to know who leaked this. If it's someone in law enforcement that we're going to be cross-examining, we need to know if they did this. We need to know if they have a bias, that they're just spewing all this to the media because they're like, look, the public needs to know. We need to know if law enforcement is trying to shift the public narrative or taint the jury pool with leaking this information. That's an argument I understand. Because I can see that being important to a jury and a defendant having the right to cross-examine on that. And if it came out later, if you go to trial and do all this and it comes out later that an investigator, and I'm not saying they did, if this all came out later, is that the type of thing that might get a conviction overturned? And it's possible. It doesn't matter because per everything we've seen today, the defendant is going to waive his appellate rights and take this plea deal. So it's not going to matter. But it is a circumstance where if you go forward to trial and that type of information comes out later, it's a problem. So that was the argument I found most compelling. Moot. Now, I want to know what fucking happens. I want to know how all these people got all this leaked evidence. I want to know who fucking leaked it. I want to know. I want to know who leaked all of this evidence. Where did it come from? I want to know. And I'm going to be following this as much as we can because I want to know. Even after this plea and sentencing, I want to know. So, defendant argues that a continuance is necessary to investigate the source of the leaks to the media and impose accountability. The court does not agree that either argument compels a continuance. I'm interested to see what the court says on this point. Defendant's right to a fair trial is not denied by pretrial publicity, which is not likely to subside within time. No, this gets done by voir dire. And they're looking at Strickland v. Washington, which is one of the seminal cases on this. Same with Shepard v. Maxwell. We've gone through Shepard v. Maxwell extensively at the beginning of this case and in other cases with publicity. And we're not going through all the publicity. I mean, some of those cases are wild where like the jury list and names and addresses were printed in the newspaper and shit like that. Some crazy cases. We're not rehashing old cases. The court is laying a very thorough record about those cases. And then turning to this case, the court says here, there is no assurance that the pretrial publicity will fade with time. The murders occurred over 2.5 years ago. The circumstances of the murders were provocative. 4 college students in a small Idaho college town were brutally stabbed to death by an unknown perpetrator. It was an immediate media sensation and garnered widespread attention that not only continues to persist, but continues to grow. Well, because it's been so sealed. There is a vacuum of facts, and that lends itself towards fuckery. So of course it continues to grow. More facts, less fuckery, but no. 18 months ago, defendant moved for a change of venue. Oh, you got what you asked for. 18 months ago, defendant moved for a change of venue from Latah County due in part to the extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity. And I think one of the things that was persuasive to the judge was the fear the community felt in the search for who had done this. The concern of the community was a substantial factor in this for the court. The court said the defendant's motion was granted, and as a result, the trial date was continued by approximately 10 weeks. Those additional 10 weeks have not resulted in fading media attention. It has only given the media more time and opportunity to provide coverage to a public audience, which is clamoring for answers. Right. Sealing everything made it more of a mess. We can talk about the propriety of right to the public access to trials and back and forth at another time. We can talk about it. Now is probably not the time, but yes, sealing it has a twofold effect. And part of the effect is now people want more information and there are no facts to confront them with. Those additional 10 weeks have not resulted in fading media attention. It's only given the media more time and opportunity to provide coverage to a public audience, which is clamoring for answers. The longer the public is made to sit and wait, we do that so well as a collective. Uncertainty is not something we enjoy. It is uncomfortable. The longer the public is made to sit and wait for the facts to come out at trial, the more time there is for inflammatory, speculative stories, movies, and books to circulate, and more time for prior ones to be rebroadcast, purchased, viewed, and consumed by the public. Proceeding with trial as scheduled will likely avoid negative consequences from future publicity. Thus, this court finds a continuance is not warranted based on the media coverage. Rather, careful and patient voir dire is prescribed. Ask more questions. This is the part I want to know most about. A continuance is not warranted to investigate the leak of information. Why? Defendant also asserts that a continuance is necessary to accommodate the special prosecutor's investigation into the source of the leaks to the media and impose accountability. With regard to the Dateline episode, defendant points out that Dateline represented that the material came from sources, quote, close to the investigation. He notes that Patterson's upcoming book on the crime claims to be, quote, the most comprehensive narrative of the investigation and evidence to date and is based on over 300 interviews, several individuals, including the victims' families and, quote unquote, local law enforcement, footnote 23. You know my thoughts on this if you saw the episode. It links to the book. He also notes that the Amazon Prime docuseries promises to be told in, quote, captivating, tense, and emotionally wrenching detail. Fucking miss me. Miss me. Miss me with all of it. This is how they're promoting it. I'm not mad at the defense for saying it. I'm mad at it being promoted that way. I am not mad at the defense for pointing it out. I am mad at them promoting it that way. Breathe, Emily. Raging doesn't help. We all feel the same way. Miss me. Emotionally. The Amazon Prime docuseries promises to be told in, quote, captivating, tense, and emotionally wrenching detail. It's an emotionally wrenching case. 4 individuals were murdered in their home. It doesn't need to be sensationalized. It doesn't need to be captivating. I'm going to finish the sentence. I fucking hate it. It goes on to say, quote, by only those involved in and affected by the crime. Footnotes 23 and 24, and it links to those. Hate it. I hate the hyper-sensationalism. This case is incredibly sad. It doesn't need to be sensationalized. It just doesn't. You guys know how I feel about it. And I'm not mad at the defendant for noting it in his motion. The defendant should note it in his motion. Lexi in the chat said, Emily, is it bad I was looking forward to another trial with you? I don't think so, Lexi. I think going through and seeing the facts in this case is something I included, wanted to understand the facts in this case. I want to know what the facts in this case are. There is a lot that we do not know about this case. It has been incredibly sealed. A lot of the motions have been sealed. There's a lot of unknown. I look to trials for answers. It's why I get very frustrated when we go through trials and I'm like, well, I don't know much more than I did going into this. Fuck. I hate that. I look to trials for answers. I was interested to see this case proceed for those same reasons. I wanted to see how the facts came out. But I hate the way this is positioned. It's just slimy, true crimey, and I don't like it. The defendant argues that if any leaks came from witnesses the state intends to call or from others involved in the investigation, the information is Brady material because it would serve to impeach the leaker's credibility and may be exculpatory by nature. Footnote 25. What does the court have to say about this? Pursuant to Brady v. Maryland, a prosecutor has a constitutional duty to disclose favorable evidence to the accused where such evidence is material either to guilt or punishment. This duty covers not only exculpatory material, but also information that could be used to impeach the credibility of a key government witness. The court is saying if they know, they have to turn it over. Okay, but the defense is like, yeah, but what if they don't? And I think that's part of the defense's concern, but what if they don't? As noted, a continuance is not warranted where the information sought thereby is mere speculation. Defendant's Brady argument is built on a house of speculative assumptions. He's like, it's a house of cards and speculation. An assumption that there was a leak by persons bound by the non-dissemination order, an assumption that the leakers will be found, an assumption that the leaker or leakers were law enforcement, 26. We'll get to that footnote in a second. An assumption that the leaker or leakers or others who may be or were complicit will be testifying as government witnesses, an assumption that the witnesses will likely be material. Such assumptions are not grounds for a continuance. Particularly, there is no guarantee if and when they will be confirmed or debunked. A trial cannot be held hostage indefinitely to the outcome of an investigation, particularly given the very significant chance the leakers may never be discovered. Well, I don't want to fucking hear that, Your Honor. What do you mean the very significant chance that they may never be discovered? I refuse to accept that. Nope. No. I refuse. I refuse to accept that as a possibility. Footnote 26 and then 27. While the court observed in its document and records hold order May 15th that it, quote, appeared likely that someone currently or formerly associated with law enforcement or the prosecution team violated this court's non-dissemination order, it could have been someone from the defense team or someone not subject to the non-dissemination order. The court has not made and was not, by this statement, making a finding or otherwise accusing law enforcement or the prosecution of such. Your Honor, you made a very strong statement, though, and you didn't make a similar statement in the defense's motion. I don't think people were reaching for that one. You made a very strong statement in the prosecution order and not a very strong statement in the defense hold order. So I don't think that was a reach. That was your languaging. Footnote 27. In addition, because he's not done, more footnote. In addition, even assuming it was law enforcement who leaked the information, the FBI, the FBI played a preeminent role in the investigation of this case. If the leaks were from the FBI, the state court's ability to further investigate is highly circumscribed and limited, if not altogether foreclosed. In addition, law enforcement in Pennsylvania and Washington may have had formal or informal access to some of the evidence, yet an Idaho state court may have significant limitations on the ability to investigate them. Okay, well, that's fair, Your Honor. I mean, that's reasonable, but I hate it, but that's reasonable. And the court's like, if the FBI fucking did it, there's nothing I can do. What would you like me to? He could yell at them. He could send them a strongly worded email, which would be terrifying, but there's not much he could do if it was the FBI. The court's like, what do you want me to do about the feds? Shake my fist? Damn it, feds. Ugh. Can we blame Pepsi? I hate this sentence. I don't know if I've hated a sentence in a ruling more. The very significant chance that the leaker or leakers may never be discovered. I do not accept that as a possibility. Thus, the court will not continue the trial pending the results of an investigation based on speculation that it will be successful and the hope that impeachment evidence may be uncovered as a result. I mean, fair. I mean, that's reasonable. I just don't like it. Emily, sometimes we have to accept things we don't like. I know. Except I'll tell you what, if somebody at a restaurant is like, is Pepsi okay? The answer is always no, because I don't have to accept that kind of negativity in my life. I hate everything about that though. I had somebody not very long ago. I asked for Dr. Pepper and they're like, Pepsi, okay. I'm like, that, how is that even close? No. If I said Dr. Pepper, no, Pepsi's not, what? No, it's not okay. The court is so over this, but I want to know what happens with this investigation. I want to know what happens with this investigation. Let's get to some questions. Oh no, I promised you guys we would do the Judge Hippler from the beginning of this. We have also seen, hold on, let me check the wires real quick because more has probably happened since I went live. When did I go live? How long have I been live? 2.5 hours ago. You know it's bad when you're like, how long have I been live? 30 minutes? All right. There is a statement from 51 minutes ago from the Goncalves family. I'm going to pull that up and read that. Then we will look at Judge Hippler, and then we will go from there. Fair. We'll get to questions in a minute. Let me pull this up real quick. No, this needs to go over there. All right. Let's take a look at this statement. I am pulling this from Bryan Entin on Twitter, and we're going to take a look at the Goncalves family statement on the plea deal. For those of you just coming in, we have seen from all of the media reports a letter that the prosecution sent to the victims' families in the Bryan Kohberger case, indicating that he will be taking a plea deal and changing his plea this Wednesday. That plea deal means he will plead guilty to everything he's been charged with, 4 homicides and the burglary. He will receive 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus the 10 years for the burglary. So life plus life plus life plus life plus 10. He will also waive his right to appeal, which means when the plea is done and the sentencing is done, it is done. Sentencing, according to the article, will be put over for later in July. We will probably learn that date on the 3rd, unless the court puts out a scheduling order tomorrow. And if we learn about it tomorrow, I will send you a message in the app. We will cover court on Wednesday. A change of plea hearing can be very quick. Sentencing will not be that day. We will not see victim impact statements that day, though we might see them speak to media outlets or what have you. The Commonwealth, not the Commonwealth, Emily, the prosecution is asking for restitution, but the big facets of the plea deal is life without the possibility of parole, pleading to all 4 homicides and the burglary, waiving the appellate rights, and then asking for restitution and sentencing being put over later. Let's take a look at that statement real fast from Twitter. Let me switch screens. So this will not be going to trial as we anticipated it might. If anyone asked me today, Emily, what is the next trial we're covering? I swear I have banned. What, Emily, what are you covering more? Banned. I'm covering banned. Everybody's like, I came here for legal commentary, not DCI commentary. I know, I can't help myself. We'll start a new channel. We'll just dut our way through the rest of it. We will figure it out together as a collective. Do not worry. Do not worry. No, I didn't say banned. Yes, banned. Immediately banned. No, I did not say banned. We're going to talk about band. Music. We're going to talk about music and marching band because I need joy in my life. We'll talk about that when we get to Q&A. Emily, you've been a DA for a very long time when you were just making jokes when you are mad or uncomfortable. Yes. And I am both. I am both mad and uncomfortable. I think this plea deal makes a lot of sense. I feel the frustration, even in the initial statements we saw from the victim's family. I feel their frustration, and I'm incredibly sad for them. It is incredibly heavy. I am incredibly sad for them. And it's frustrating. And I understand that frustration. I feel it. So I am uncomfortable. because it's heavy and this is new information. And I feel for them, truly. But I also really understand where the prosecution is coming from in this. And it doesn't always match what the prosecution thinks is the right call for a case is what the victims or the victim's family want for a case, which is a difficult thing. So I feel it. I absolutely do. Who's your mudkip? The picture helped. Who's your mudkip said, what do you mean it makes sense for the prosecution or the defense? For both. It seems that the defense goal from the beginning of this was to get the death penalty taken off the table. This does that. And for the prosecution, there are a lot of upsides of not going to trial. One, when you were looking at prosecuting for the entire state, they have brought in prosecutors from their local prosecutorial agency and from the state's attorney general office, which means other work is not getting done first. Second, the surviving roommates might have very strong feelings about how testifying in this case would impact them in their lives. And that is a very, very real concern for the prosecution. The prosecution had asked that they be allowed to testify not on camera. This is a high-profile case. We have seen witnesses in high-profile case be dragged to hell and back for their testimony. I can understand the roommates not being thrilled about testifying in this case, but wanting justice for their friends. I understand that. Like, both things can be true. And I can understand the fear, reluctance, hesitance, and stress for the surviving roommates to testify in this case. And hopefully not testifying means that they get to start to heal and maybe start to live their life without everyone they ever interact with knowing that this happened to them, and being able to move forward with this being not the defining thing for the rest of their life, even though it will impact them for the rest of their life. So that is a huge consideration for the prosecution. No appeal is a huge consideration for the prosecution. Appeals like this not only are costly, but they are time consuming and they are lengthy. And laws can change and appeals can change. And there is a possibility in any case that this comes back for a retrial. There is a possibility in any case that a jury can't reach a verdict. And then not only do the surviving roommates testify once, they testify more. There are a lot of things that can continue to happen in a case. So for the prosecution to say, okay, he is going to prison forever. He is pleading guilty to all 4 murders and he is waiving his right to appeal. This case is done. I understand. I understand the choice for it to be done matters. I also understand the victim's family being frustrated. And I talked about that a bit more in the beginning when we read through those statements, but there's a new statement that Bryan Entin shared, so we're going to go to that now. I don't think I swooped. I think I soliloquied. If I swooped, we're swooping again. So this is coming from Bryan Entin on Twitter. A new statement from the Goncalves family on the plea deal. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. And I hate that for them. I really hate that for them. Hold on, give me 1 second. I really do. I hate that for them. Goncalves family statement. Oh, no. What? I don't know what happened. Streaming is dynamic. I clicked a thing. I didn't mean to click a thing, but I clicked a thing. I don't want to see comments. I just wanted to pull up the... Darn it. There we go. Emily, this is not an app you use regularly. Correct. It's not. There's reasons. For reasons. So much news happens on this app, which I get, but hold on. And for everyone who's like, there are other ones, I can't figure all of it out. which I know is just like, Emily, girl, really? I know it can't is not really the thing. It's more of a don't want to, because things that take energy. Sometimes I invest my energy in doing hard things. Sometimes I don't. So here we are. All right. Take two. Well, Lily asked, what if all the families don't agree on the plea? Who gets to choose? The prosecution. The prosecution gets to choose. If the families don't agree, the prosecution still gets to choose. If all the families don't agree, the prosecution still gets to choose. Ultimately, the prosecution gets to choose, because their goal and their job in a case is not representing a particular family. It is doing justice and prosecuting the case. And sometimes doing justice in a case is a plea deal. And it seems that the prosecution feels that way in this case, based on their letter that has been shared with the media. I would love to see the whole letter. If anyone sees it, our email's public, email it to us. I would love to see the whole letter, but I haven't. But I feel for the families because, well, they're frustrated. So take two. We'll fix it in post because live streaming is dynamic. This is from Bryan Entin's Twitter. New statement from the Goncalves family on the plea deal. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. The family statement says, quote, the death penalty is a mere illusion in the criminal justice system. When available, it serves as a bargaining tool for the state, and when rarely applied, it's never enforced due to a highly ineffective appellate process or inefficient appellate process. And I am reading the victim's statement. So for those of you, or the victim's family statement from the Goncalves family, I understand their frustration. They go on to say the notion that someone can plead guilty to a crime and still face years of appellate delays reveals a systemic failure. Well, in a plea, they can waive their appellate rights, and the appellate rights are different in a plea. But again, these are conversations the prosecutors should have had thoroughly with the family so that they felt like they understood. Not all prosecutors do that well, but then again, not all families and prosecutors can hear each other, especially when there's a lot of hurt. And there's a lot of hurt and devastation here, clearly, because how could there be anything but? They go on to say the Latah County Prosecutor's Office treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We questioned decisions early in the investigation. Why was the mayor commenting on the case? Why was the coroner speaking to families? I'm interested to hear more of what they have to say about that. Why was an officer with less than 2 years' experience leading the investigation? Why was the University of Idaho involved when they declared it an isolated off-campus incident? Why was the university permitted to write a book about the incident while others were silenced? Wait, what? Under an overly broad order. The university wrote a book? What? I don't know. Some of you were saying yes. I know. Wow. Well, somebody make a note. The fuck? I have questions. But when I say I follow cases as they play out in court, I follow cases as they play out in court. I had no idea. The family are saying in their statement, why was the university permitted to write a book about the incident while others were silenced under an overly broad order? I know nothing about that. I am making an asterisk. We will talk about this another stream. As a result, we were branded adversaries. So it was no shock how the Latah County Prosecutor's Office mishandled the plea deal. They vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input and presented the plea on Sunday. That doesn't give them a lot of time to process that information. Today's Monday. I can understand why they gave the letter to the media. Latah County should be ashamed of its prosecutor's office. They go on to say, and that is, I'm back to reading from Twitter. I'm processing how fast that is because that is not enough time for me. And this is just my personal opinion. They vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input and presented the plea on Sunday. The statement made to Bryan Entin goes on to say, Latah County should be ashamed of its prosecutor's office. 4 wonderful young people lost their lives, yet the victims' families were treated as opponents from the outset. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how the Latah County Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' family. Adding insult or families. That was my misreading. Adding insult to injury, they go on. They were rushing the plea, giving families just 1 day to coordinate and appear at the courthouse for a plea on July 2nd. That's horrible. They live 3+ hours away. Wow. They say that they gave families 1 day to coordinate and appear at a courthouse for a plea on July 2nd. Do they not have a victim's witness assistant? Do they not have a victim services? Do they not? You can do a change of plea, but that might be what they're talking about, is being there for the change of plea. I'll look and see, Julia, if they posted a clarification. I appreciate that. I'm just reading what is posted. There might be more to it. Again, breaking news. We're gonna read it as it comes. But that's not enough time. Do you guys remember in the Brooks case, in a lot of the victim impact statements, how much they thanked the victim service advocates and how Alicia said, Emily, it's 5.5 hours down to Boise from Moscow. Yeah, fair, 5.5 hours and 4th of July. Which is not enough time, but there were so many statements about how the victim services advocates worked with them, kept them in the loop. This is not always the strong suit of lawyers. This is going to be shocking. Lawyers handling multiple cases can be, sometimes they're not people persons. And so the engineers don't talk to the customers. So you need a middle person so that the engineers don't have to talk to the customers because they're not people. The victim services advocates aren't doing the legal work. They're not preparing the motions. They're not fighting over discovery. They're not trying the case. They have the focus of keeping everyone in the loop. And some areas have wonderful victim services advocates who liaise between an office and victims or victims' families to keep them in the loop, to provide resources, to provide support, to be there with them in court, to answer their phone calls when they need it, and to be supportive. Sometimes it's very necessary to have an extra person, especially depending on how stretched the different attorneys are and what they're working on. The attorneys can't always give you an update if they're in court. So it makes sense to have a great victim services advocate. Not all prosecutorial agencies have that. I don't know how big the Latah County Prosecutor's Office is. It might not be an office that has someone who can fill that role. But I think it is one of the most necessary things because you need someone. And victims and victims' families deserve someone who can be there and also offer them the help and the services that they need and to listen. Compassion is a huge part of it. Lawyers aren't always good at that when they are busy. They just aren't. But that's not... That shouldn't be the case. But I'm not shoulding. I'm trying to reality and not should. I'm frustrated. Lou Miller in the chat said, wow, I thought everyone had one. No, not every office does. It really depends on how large the office is. Not every office does. I wish they did, but they might not. So continuing with the family statement that is posted, they said they weren't called about the plea. They received an email and a letter attached. That's how the Latah County Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' families. Adding insult to injury, they said they're rushing the plea, giving families just one day to coordinate and appear at the courthouse for a plea on July 2nd. They continue to say, who do they think they are? After more than 2 years, July 2nd is Wednesday, correct? It is. So it's still a very fast turnaround. The statement goes on to say, who do they think they are? After more than 2 years, this is how it concludes, with a secretive deal and a hurried effort to close the case without any input from the victims' families on the plea's details. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside, and we will come together, as always, and deal with the reality that we are facing moving forward. Once again, we thank everyone for their thoughts and prayers. Yeah, that's really frustrating. So there was one more statement. Thank you, Miguelina, that Miguelina grabbed from the Goncalves family. This is from their Facebook page. And I am going to thank you, Miguelina, for grabbing that, because Miguelina is the best. Let me pull that up. Thank you for the screenshot. This is the clarification. And again, I could never do this without the research attorneys in the chat. Thank you. You're like, am I a research attorney? I'm not an attorney. Yes, yes. The law clerks that are the law nerds, and Miguelina, who was like, let's ride. I appreciate it. This is from 46 minutes ago, from when I'm recording this on June 30th. Oh, it's late. Dr. B is going to be like, what? This is from the Goncalves family page on Facebook that says, I would like to clarify a couple of things. We did talk to the prosecution on Friday about the possibility of a plea deal, and it was a hard no from our family. Sunday night, we received an email that sent us scrambling. We immediately jumped into panic mode and started making phone calls and sending emails. We met with the prosecution again today to reiterate our views on pushing for the death penalty. Unfortunately, all our efforts did not matter. We did our best. We fought harder than anyone could ever imagine. Please do not argue or try to tell us that we should have done this or that. No, Emily, don't say the internet wouldn't. Please do not argue and try to tell us that we should have done this or that. We gave it 200% for the last 2 years and 7 months. One day we will tell you all what we have really been through from day one. You will be shocked. We fought a long battle, but we lost the war. They say we did gain an army of love that we know will always stand by us. We have so much love for each and every one of you. You all gave us strength when we felt like we couldn't take another step, called us off the ledge when we were ready to wave the white flag, and most importantly, prayed for us when we were in utter despair and hopeless. So much love to all of you. I feel terribly that they are so frustrated. I think what people on the internet, not law nerds, because y'all know things, might not understand is that them saying, no, we don't want a plea deal, does not change whether or not the prosecution will offer a plea deal. And we saw that in the wording of the letter as quoted by ABC. A family all of the families saying, we don't want to do this, does not mean that the prosecution will change their course. And so if anyone is criticizing the victims' families, telling them they should have done something differently, if the prosecution's going to offer a plea deal, there's nothing that they can do other than say, we don't agree and we don't want you to do that. The prosecution can still go forward with that. And so I don't know why anyone would tell them they haven't done enough. Because at some point, there's not much more they can do because it's not their call. And that's frustrating. Because at the end of the day, it's not their call. It is the prosecution's call. And the prosecution will make that call even over disagreement from the family. And if the surviving witnesses are on board with this, it will matter very much to the prosecution. If other families are on board with this, it will matter very much to the prosecution. But even if all the families weren't on board with this, the prosecution still may choose to go forward with this plea deal, even to the frustration of the families. And I don't think any of them are listening, but if they are, there is nothing else you could have done. If the prosecution wants to offer a plea deal, they are going to offer a plea deal. You made your voice heard. No one should be criticizing you for that because it's not going to change things, unfortunately. And they should have felt heard. They should have felt that what they had to say mattered, because it does. It might not change things, but that doesn't mean it doesn't matter, because it does. And I'm tremendously sad that they, from the Goncalves family's statement, feel like they weren't heard, because they should have been. And they should have felt heard, even if the prosecution chose to do something different. And taking the time to make sure that they felt heard is appropriate. It's needed. And it's not them requesting too much. But it is hard to help people feel heard if this relationship has been strained from the beginning. And it makes me tremendously sad that it was strained from the beginning. And it seems that it was. I don't know how the other families feel about this. I'm sure we will see that in the days to come. It's a hard thing. It doesn't mean that the plea deal is the wrong call. But it might very well feel that way. Though, I don't know if him getting sentenced, tried, convicted, sentenced, and then 20 plus years of appeals would make them feel any differently. And there's not really any way to know that, because nobody wants to walk through what these families are walking through. And very few families have to go through what they are dealing with. It doesn't give them a court case where this all becomes public. And it is a very rapid closure. And I understand that completely. So I feel for them. It's a hard thing, but it's also hard to read that they're saying people are telling us you should have done this, you should have done that. No one should be telling them that. Emily, can you just make the internet stop? No, I can't. But I can tell you what prosecutors will do, and they should communicate with the family. It feels like that communication was not as clear as they would have liked. And it's really, really difficult to process that. And I feel for them. I really, really do feel for them. So I think in the days to come, we will see and hear more from the families. I think we will hear and see more from them in sentencing, whenever sentencing is. It seems that this plea deal is going to go down on Wednesday. I don't assume that that will change. However, it still can. It is not a done deal until it is done on the record. It would be unusual, but court is wild and weird things happen. So would it be wild to me if something changed between now and Wednesday? No. But the families saying that they disagree with a plea deal is not going to be the thing that changes the plea deal, changes what the court will do. And I hope that the court makes them feel heard and that they have a chance to be heard. But the court is still going to go through this if the defendant goes through with this. So I feel for them, but it's not going to change. It's not going to change the way this plays out. And we will see. I will keep looking to see if the other families are saying anything. Olivia, I don't know. I will keep looking for that. But I don't know. But what we know is that the victims' families were sent a letter that indicated, after it seems brief conversation with the prosecution, that there will be a plea deal. And the structure of that plea deal is pleading to all 4 murders and the burglary for 4 life sentences plus 10, and waiving his appellate rights, agreeing to restitution. Waiving the appellate rights is a huge part of this, but this has taken place very quickly. And I'm not surprised that the family does not have time to wrap their heads around this happening on Wednesday before the 4th of July. Not that the holiday matters for much, other than it complicates them being able to get from where they live to Boise in a easy way. It is not, if they were told about this Sunday, to be like, oh, and by the way, can you be in Boise on Wednesday? And that's not going to be for victim impact. It looks like we're going to see sentencing later, but there's not, I just can't imagine a situation. And again, this is why I don't cover breaking news, because sometimes it's a lot to process at once. I can't imagine a world where the parents are like, oh, it's okay, go ahead and take the plea deal. We're not going to be there. They're going to move heaven and earth to try to be there. But on Sunday to be like, oh, by the way, can you be in this completely other place on Wednesday is a hard thing. So I understand the frustration. I do. So we're going to answer some questions. Some of you guys are in the chat mentioning that people have given other statements elsewhere. I will take a look at those before our next stream and pull them up. So thank you for that heads up. I appreciate it. I will go and look at those. But I haven't seen that yet. So I appreciate it, chat. I see it. We'll see. Danny said, what about Bryan Kohberger's parents? He probably would have been given the same heads up if they agreed to it. they probably would have been given the same heads up to get there from Pennsylvania. Yeah. So that would have been the same level of heads up. Desert Sunset said, will the gag order go away now? Not until sentencing is done. So we've got to wait till sentencing and then we'll see. And it's hard. It's not, the courthouse is not right down the street for any of these families. So, Julia said the Goncalves family is pushing for people to pressure the judge to reject the plea deal. That's not going to go well. And if the public starts emailing the judge, it is not going to go well. But the judge isn't going to reject this plea deal because it wouldn't be appropriate in this case. This plea deal is not outside the bounds of the authority of the prosecution. So, and trying to brigade the judge is not going to go over well with this judge. The family should be heard. The family should have an opportunity to be heard. But the judge will not take kindly to their email being brigaded. The family themselves, no one else, but the family themselves will have an opportunity to be heard. The friends will have an opportunity to be heard. The public voicing their displeasure to the judge will not have as much impact as potentially voicing their displeasure to the elected officials of their county. That might go a little bit further, depending on how it is voiced, but brigading the judge will not go well. And I would very strongly suggest that will not go well. But there should be time for everyone to be heard generally at sentencing. And the judge would probably just remind everyone of the rights of the prosecutor. But it's tough. I understand the frustration. So it's frustrating. Let's get to some questions. But first, I promised you I promised I would say, and oh gosh, we've gotten late. But I said we would talk about this judge. This is not the one. He is not the one. Today is not the day. This is not the judge. And so we're going to pull up our first introduction to Judge H. And we're gonna take a moment to refresh everyone's recollection on that, because well, should I just? We have Emily Inception. It's Emily reacting to Emily reacting to Emily. Let's see if I do this again, if it'll just put it where it was. It's Emily reacting to Emily reacting to Emily. Shockingly, I'm wearing a hat, different earrings. We'll just leave it here. Okay, well, our first introduction to Judge H. The very first time that we ever met him. Let's see what he had to say to the parties, shall we? All right. That's a little bit loud. Let me back that up real quick. The first time he comes onto the record, generals
Taylor,
are helping
for Bryan Kohberger,
in this.
Elisa Massaw, and Jay Logston, counsel for Mr. Kohberger as well.
Thank you.
Look,
All right.
It's me in a hat.
Like to tell you I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth?
What? What? I feel the same way.
Well, that's one way to start, Your Honor.
Girl.
I would love to say I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth?
I know.
They saddled me with this case, y'all. It's not my choice. I don't really want to be here with y'all. Like,
I'm not even supposed to be here today. I know. I don't know. I still feel the same way.
oh, okay, Your Honor.
How do you start with that?
Like, You guys want to give me a case full of discovery issues with terabytes of data and a 3-month trial? Sweet. That sounds exactly like what I don't want to do, but coming in hot. So, so we're going to back up. This judge. I would like to tell y'all that I'm happy to be here today, but why start with an untruth? I have never seen a judge start a court hearing like that. 'Cause damn, spicy judge. Before I'm shooketh any further, because I cannot.
I still can't.
I'm so blown away by that.
I still can't.
Do it again.
Girl, right?
But all the attorneys are there. I think we've got our volume set.
I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
Ready to go. I saw a couple of you ask, is everything going to be in this court and in this judge from now on?
It is.
Or with this judge from now on? Yes.
For Bryan Kohberger.
Yes. We live here now.
Lisa Massaw.
I mean, good.
And Jay Logston, counsel.
Good rewind.
To spice.
We hit it pretty closely. I mean, well done.
All right. Like to tell you I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth? I am accepting of my responsibility to be here. I want to go over with you some
it's giving I'm not even supposed to be here today.
expectations of mine, given that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is giving I'm not even supposed to be here today. We will link this down below, but yes, it's giving I'm not even supposed to be here today. This isn't my case. I would like to tell y'all I'm happy to be here. But why start with an untruth? Damn. I have never seen a judge come in hot like that. I don't even know. I still don't know. But if anyone's asking, if anyone is saying, tell the judge what, don't tell this judge what. Don't tell this judge what. Don't try to tell this judge what. If the judge will hear from friends and family of the deceased, friends and family of the surviving roommates. Anything else would be incredibly unwelcomed. So, this judge, I was interested to see how the trial with this judge would go. Hunk Banana No said, "You've brought all your monkeys into my circus." Yes. And he is like, and now you are all going to sit down and you are not going to go throwing shit all over the walls. What we are not going to do is just let the shit out of the horse and slog it everywhere. Let's answer some questions. His writing is just as sassy as that. But my point in all of it, with going over the rulings, is those two rulings made an impact on how this case was going forward. And so once those, it does not surprise me that the rumblings about a plea seem to have started right after these two rulings came down. I'm not shocked that it's like all the doors have been closed. What avenue is left? Plea deal, trial. The defense asked for a plea deal. The prosecution offered a plea deal. The defense says they are taking the plea deal. Could that change between now and Wednesday? It could. I would be surprised, quite surprised if that happened, because it seems that the goal for the defense, repeat myself from earlier, is to take the death penalty off the table. And it seems that that's what the defense has wanted. And this plea deal ascertains that for the defense and for the prosecution. It forestalls lengthy appeals, the length and expense of a trial. And for the civilian witnesses, especially the surviving roommates and friends of the victims, it keeps them from having to testify in a contentious, very public trial about the worst thing that has ever happened to them. And sometimes that reason alone is the reason to make a plea deal like this. And when you are dealing with surviving witnesses, vis-a-vis the deceased victims' families, the disposition of this case does not undo what has happened to them. But the disposition in a plea might forestall some, the continuation of this for the surviving roommates. And that's hard because it is a hard thing to balance. But that is a balance that the prosecution has to make. And they don't just have to talk about they don't just talk to the surviving victims. They don't just witnesses. They don't just talk to the victim's family. It is a combination of it. And so I'm sad for the victims' families that are frustrated and don't feel heard. I am incredibly sad for them. I am sure that in some ways the surviving roommates are relieved and incredibly grateful to not have to testify in this case, because it would be horrific for them. And so I am glad for them and for the finality that this will bring. It brings closure to this case, though it might not be closure in the way that everybody wants. There is still a long way to go. It's going to feel like between now and Wednesday. And then there will be a sentencing date later in July where we will hear impact statements. I am sure the impact statements will be difficult and sad. I anticipate the change of plea will be fairly quick, and we will see the sentencing go forward. After the sentencing, we may start to see things getting unsealed. We may not. We will have to wait and see. So we will see. Ellie J said, Emily, was the defense ever going to trial, or was the plan to make sure the death penalty gets off the table? I think the plan was to try to get the death penalty off the table as they prepared for trial, because there is an option that they go forward to the prosecutors and say, can we have a plea deal? And the prosecutors say, no, we're not going to give you a plea deal. And the court can't take the death penalty off the table just because. And the court has shown that they are disinclined to do that. So yeah, there is a way that they could have just ended up at trial, because the prosecution could have said no. I don't know if that's the right disposition for the case. It's pretty hard when somebody is saying, I'm willing to plead guilty to all of the cases or all of the counts, all the charges, and waive appellate rights and take life in prison without the possibility of parole. And forestalling the lengthy appeals process is a reason to have a conversation about that. So Diana said, what are the details of the plea deal? From what we know, and this is from the letter sent to the victim's family that's been released to the media prior to me going live, is that he is pleading guilty to all of the charges. He is accepting 4 consecutive life sentences, which means life without any possibility of parole, just life all. He is waiving all of his appellate rights, which means there will be no appeals. Once he is sentenced, it is done. And the prosecution will be able to ask for restitution. And that is what we know. And they will be able to close this case and move forward. The investigation into who leaked information to the media is probably not going to be done. Jennifer said, can the judge reject the plea deal and force it to go to trial? It can happen. It's very, very, very unlikely in this case. It is a legal possibility. This is not the type of plea where that would happen. So this is not the type of plea that would happen. Lindsay said, can the judge accept guilt and sentence him to death? No, that would be a violation of the plea deal. And the judge could void the plea deal and say, fine, no plea deal, go to trial. But the judge could not just change the sentence to an agreed upon plea. The defendant can choose to speak at sentencing or not. That's a choice, but we'll see. Let's continue with some of the questions. I didn't even play. We've got questions. We're just gonna, what are we gonna bumper it with? We need to bumper it with something.
Not today, Judge.
The prosecution in this case, that is the prosecutor in this case, who brought us
today, Judge.
a different case, a different time in this case in front of Judge. Let's get to some questions. Kimzu, I hope I said that correctly. Kimexo, one of those two, hopefully. He signed it already. We don't know if it was written or not written, but the letter to the victims' families indicated that he will be taking this plea deal. It would surprise me if he came into court and changed his mind. I imagine the defense has been having a long conversation about this being a possibility that they might want to ask for if the judge did not take the life sentences off the table. Bibby said, how long is life? Life is life. Life is life without the ability to get out. Life, and it's 4 life sentences. So it's life and life and life and life. Bobby said, could he change it up and actually not accept the plea deal? It could happen, but it would be Kim Zhu. Yay, thank you. It would be unusual, but yes, it could happen. It would be unusual. And I don't expect that in this case with the amount of time that they've had to talk about this. Taryn said, so is life actually the rest of his life? Yes. It would be life, no parole, life. Just life period for the rest of his natural life. And I know there are cases pending on appeal where somebody is revived through resuscitatory efforts, and we can have a conversation about life another day, but it's 4 life sentences. So it's life and then life and then life and then life. It's plus 10. So we don't know. Lisa asked a question that I've seen from a lot of you that says, so this means he really is guilty, right? It is not for me to ascertain. Here's how I interpret this. Having the death penalty off the table was more important to him than going to trial. So taking the death penalty off the table was impactful for him. If the defense was confident in, I could never see Karen Reed taking a plea deal to anything except maybe a DUI in that case. If there are a lot of factors that can go into taking a plea, the acknowledgement that the evidence is the evidence is fair. And the defense might say, we are acknowledging that the evidence is the evidence, and on this evidence, he might be convicted because the evidence is the evidence. When he is agreeing to waive appellate rights, it may be that he's like, you know what? I do not want to run the risk that a jury will convict me. I will stay in prison for the rest of my life. I want the death penalty off the table. So it really is just it really is up to the defense team on how to parse that. Cobb and Rockets said, can he appeal after he's pled? No. I mean, he can try to, but the court will say, no, you waived your appellate rights. You can't appeal. So, we saw that with Murdaugh when he waived his appellate rights and then tried to appeal, and the court was like, fuck you, no. So, we will see what happens. I'm going to answer some questions, and then we will go from there to all the new members. Welcome. We will be doing more members only as we get into July. We will hopefully be testing out new software in July, which will be very exciting. We have all kinds of new things to play with. It's what we were doing most of the day today. I know a lot of you are incredibly surprised by this. Look, whenever I feel well prepared for a trial, it doesn't surprise me when it pleads. It's going to happen in cases that we have made accommodations for. So it doesn't surprise me. There will be other trials. I am not answering what's next today. I will look at the docket next week. Today I'm not answering what's next. The stuff's going on with the Diddy case. I'll keep an eye on that. But I'm not answering what's next today. I know all of you were like, but there will be more trials. Don't worry. We'll see if Donna Adelson actually goes to trial, because she's slated to go to trial. Josh, thank you for the super chat. Josh said, today I got selected to be a juror. I'm so nervous. Wish me luck. Josh, just pay attention and keep an open mind, and you will be great. It's all good. Michaela said, hello from Lisbon, was supposed to be in Yeah, but our flight aborted landing due to high winds. Oh, that's always scary when that happens. That is scary when that happens. I'm glad you are okay. Hell of a day, but when I got the notification, my husband said, put it on. He's a keeper. Thanks for making our honeymoon EDB. Oh, I hope they gave you glasses of whatever you would like to drink, be it sparkling water, champagne, whiskey, whatever, because that is incredibly stressful. Miss D said, is it past 1 a.m. in Poland? Yes. Do I have court at 8 a.m.? Also, yes. Is this news worth losing some sleep? Definitely. Let's go, law nerds. Much love. Thank you, Miss D. Good to see you. Hope court goes well. I'm sure you will see this on the replay crew. Thank you to everyone who gifted memberships. Melissa, I'm sure a lot of people did not have this on their bingo card, especially because Ann Taylor had doubled down so much. But Ann Taylor is a zealous advocate. And so she was very mindful of the way she argued things in court. She did not talk about the penalty phase, because normally there is a guilt phase and a penalty phase. She talked about the innocence phase and the punishment phase. She is just through and through like, okay, this is how I'm languaging things. This is how I'm arguing. And we saw that from her consistently. So Kimberly said, this has to be a blessing for the victims' loved ones. Some of them do not think so. I think I don't know in hindsight if they will feel differently because they will not have had a different experience. I only can speak from my own experience from my work and then my personal life, unfortunately, but my work also spilled over into my personal experiences with crime. So it's all kind of intermingled. It doesn't undo what has been done for the victims and their families. The horrible thing has happened. There was no undoing the horrible thing. In this case, a quadruple homicide. There was no undoing that horrible thing. There was no undoing the ripple effects of what has happened. And prosecutors know that. And so trying to make the victim's family feel heard and listened to is incredibly important, because whether it's a plea or whether it's a trial, it does not undo the horrible thing that has happened and the lives that have been impacted by that. And so even after a trial, and even after a sentence, and even after, if Bryan Kohberger got convicted, if he was sentenced to the death penalty, families walking through the decades of appeals would still feel like, when does it ever end? When does this stop? And it doesn't for decades because of the rights that are being taken away by the state. It doesn't stop. And that frustration doesn't go away. Hopefully, with a plea and a sentence and Bryan Kohberger having to go to court and say, I plead guilty, hopefully it can start to close a chapter. And hopefully preserving the future for the surviving roommates and not having them testify helps. Maybe it doesn't. The thing that is hard in all of this is there are so many unanswered questions. And that is going to leave room for rampant speculation. So, Patsy in the chat said people are talking about how they can't wait for victim impact statements. Patsy, my grimace is not at your question. Your question is completely fair and valid. It's that is very much not how I feel about it. If there won't be a trial, there won't be any victim impact statements. No. When there is a sentencing, there will be impact statements. And so after the plea, there will be a sentencing date. And at the sentencing date, there will be impact statements. Though the families may ask to be heard at the plea as well. And not an impact statement, but oppose the plea. So they might be asked to be heard to oppose the plea. We'll see what the judge will do. But they can make an impact statement at sentencing. So it was just, impact statements are incredibly hard and sad. and raw. And I feel for them, and I already am just like, yep, that's going to be hard. So it's going to be hard. But I hope that they have the chance to feel heard. And I think that that is a very important thing. And I hope that they have a chance to feel heard. So hopefully that helps. Elika said, will he give a confession? Unlikely. Anything's possible, but it's unlikely. I think the most we will hear from Bryan Kohberger, and I'm here for being surprised, but I think the most we will hear from Bryan Kohberger is acknowledging the waivers that he has given, waiving the rights that he is waiving, and pleading guilty. I don't think we will hear much more from him than that, but we will see. KOV 529 said, love my app notification, made it to the live. We sent out a couple. Trina Taco asked what many of you have been asking, will we ever see the evidence now? Not all of it. Amanda said, will he have to allocute? He will have an opportunity. He will not be forced to make a statement. Things should be unsealed, but everything might not be. We're going to have to wait and see what the court decides to do. It's going to take a minute for that. It's not going to be instantaneous at all. Luann said, won't he have to do a proffer? Not necessarily. And I haven't seen anything that indicates that he will need to do a proffer other than a change of plea. A change of plea can be as simple as, how do you now plea guilty? Federal courts ask for more of a factual basis. Admit that you did this, admit that you did this, admit that you did this. State jurisdictions are often, and not all of them, but state jurisdiction are often, how do you now plead to the crime charged against you in count one? And then they read the charge, guilty, and then move on. So, so that there were a lot of questions about that, but we will see more in the time. I've seen a lot of you mentioned a TMZ interview. I will take a look and we will talk about it Wednesday. So Mandy B said, how long before we get exclusive jailhouse interviews? I hope not, but we will see. The defense did go through every avenue they could find. I mean, I don't think anyone can say it was not a zealous defense. Bobby said, will this put an end to the psychic TikToker? I mean, the court in that case is not persuaded by the things that happened in the Kohberger case, because the Kohberger case doesn't make it not defamation. So they're still kicking on that case, but we'll cover the TikTok psychic later. Off topic, will you be DCI in 7:15 in Kansas? We might be. My freshman is so interested. You guys should definitely go, Katie. I have to go look at my schedule for July now because I am not sure. I have to go look, but I am not sure. Will there be more DCI? Yes. Yes, there will be. Do I need to figure out a way that we can just do band commentary on YouTube? Yes, but music copyrights get to be a whole different thing. But for all of you asking, and a lot of you have, we will do a quick rundown on band and we will get to some more questions. Travis's first DCI show. It was great to see him. I have no idea how the show was. I think I hyperventilated and cried through most of it because anxious, nervous parent. He was great. It was overwhelming for me. It was probably also overwhelming for him, but I hadn't seen him in a month and I was all of the emotions. I can't wait to rewatch the video because I will go rewatch it on Flow Marching or whatever. It was great to see him. When I saw his second performance, because there was a friends and family performance, I got to watch more of the performance. I still have not seen the whole show. I mean, I've watched the whole show, but I've seen Travis. I still have not seen the entire show because so much is happening in DCI shows. I have been told that it was one of their best first runs in years. That's fantastic. So I am so excited. I will share some clips with different music on social of him spinning, but I am so excited. I am so excited for him. He was amazing. They were amazing. Their first run was amazing. I feel like he has shaken out the nerves of like, oh, I'm doing this, and is now like, I'm doing this, which is incredible to see. They have an incredibly talented band. I cannot wait to actually be able to see all of their show because our band director at my son's high school is absolutely incredible. And when we do like a friends and family show before the season, they do multiple runs, which of a DCI show, I don't think you can. It's like a 10-minute show. Holy shit. There's no 2 runs of that. However, at the high school level, they generally will do 2 runs or 3. And our band director will always say, for the first run of the show, just watch your child. I know you want to, just watch your child. On the second run of the show, try to see the whole show. Sometimes I'm better at that than others. This time I need to see it a few more times. I need to see the show a few more times. Travis was trying to talk to me about something that one of the sections does. And I'm like, buddy, I was trying to wipe tears out of my eyes and watch you. Like, I have no idea what they were doing on the other side of the field. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in their show. It's amazing though. I love it. But I love it's okay to watch your kid. I can't wait to see it. MJ, no worries. It is elite competitive marching band. It is the major leagues of marching band. It is unlike anything you've ever seen. And so we went to their kickoff show. The Cavaliers were the first band to perform of the DCI season. They were very excited about it. So we went to the Muncie kickoff. We saw the Cavaliers. We saw Phantom Regiment. And I saw most of Crown's show. And then my kid called and said, I am free. Are you here? And then I ran to hug him. I was very mindful walking out because I was already in the run. But when my kid said, I am here, can you hug me? You just go. And I love another channel, Emily D Band. I'm here for it. I really enjoyed Phantom's show. What I loved about the Muncie preview is they got to talk to the bands a little bit about their shows, which I thought was amazing. I loved hearing about it. Cavalier's show is Shapeshift. It's a very cool show. It is, and they bring shape into a lot of different things. At one point, my kid's up on top of one of the props, and I'm just like, my kid is spinning a rifle and jumping off of a prop at the same fucking time. Who is this child? What is happening? It is absolutely incredible. And the Phantom Regiment show, I love what they've chosen for their costumes or their uniforms. I don't know which parlance they prefer. I love all of it. It's a gorgeous show. The horns are so good. It is a gorgeous show. It is truly a show with no name. And I think it is an incredibly bold thing. It's going to get everyone talking about their show. The props for Carolina Crown are unlike anything I've ever seen. The intro to Crown will just give you freaking chills. It is so dramatic. It is so good. I loved their show last year. The Crown show, Crown's horns are incredible. The Cavaliers drum line is unlike anything I have ever heard. Phantom Regiment runs faster than I have ever seen. Just zoom, zoom. Like the way that the members of Phantom Regiment are just like, whew, I have no idea. I have no idea how they did it. Their show is so incredibly fucking fast. It's awesome. And then the Crown show is spectacular to behold. And it is so good. It's just so good. It brings me so much joy. I love band. Even when there's shows I don't love, I love band. So even when there's shows that I'm like, I mean, this one's not my favorite, but it's drums and horns and amazing color guards. How mad can we be? But the shows this year are so incredible. And the cores, the way they are releasing and announcing shows on social media is fucking insane. The show announcement for Crown at the end takes from the logo of their show into their Crown logo, and it's just like dink. It's so good. I love it. It just, all of it makes me so happy, and I could never. I just love it so much. But again, watching my kid up on the top of a prop, tossing like a 7 and jumping down and catching it, I'm just like, oh my God. And then Cavaliers have flags that have a cutout in them that they use around their bodies. And I now understand how my kid ended up with stitches, because I can see where he got caught in the flag and ended up with the flag in his face. So good. Just, so good. I did not see Boston's show. I saw clips of Boston's show online, but I did not see Boston live. We will be seeing other shows. We will be talking about other shows, but it's just so cool. I will be sharing clips on social. I will share some in the, I haven't even gotten to go through all of them yet because I was either sitting and watching band or driving. That's all I've done because we drove, and then we will finish answering questions. Everything is timestamped. Replay crew, you're the best. Everybody who wanted to hear what they needed to hear, we already heard it. But we drove from Tennessee to Indianapolis to Muncie to Indianapolis to Michigan to Fort Wayne, which was lovely. My husband's like, we need to spend more time in Fort Wayne. I'm like, I know, but we have to go home. And then from Fort Wayne back to Tennessee. So it was just like, it was lovely. We did stop, for everyone who's local, we did stop at Uranus Fudge Factory. Yes, the roadside signs say the best fudge comes from Uranus. There's also a roadside sign that says we're all having a good time in Uranus. So yeah, we stopped at the Uranus Fudge Factory off of 69. I'm not joking. Those things are all true. There was a Kura outside of Indianapolis. We went to Kura for lunch twice. My son has never been happier, ever. Griffin was thrilled. So we did the roadside attractions the best we can. We drove through Defiance, Ohio. There's a college there. There has to be merch. I'm going to find myself some Defiance, Ohio merch because we drove through Defiance and I was like, I love it. I love that we're in Defiance, Ohio. I love all of it. So we had a very fun road trip, but we had a lot of a road trip. But yes, for all of you driving beyond Indianapolis, Julia, we should be. But it was a lot of driving. The fudge from Uranus is hilarious. The roadside signs are so funny. And so I love it. I just love it. Live music makes me happy. Live music makes me happy. And so seeing my kid even more. And it was needed. I've missed him tremendously. I'm going to get all emo, but it's also hard talking about this case. Like, I mean, I feel for these parents. I feel tremendously for these parents. This case, I think, hits everybody in the gut. Most cases do, but this case is it's one of those that is shocking and it's hard. And so it was really nice to get to take the weekend and go see my kiddo. They do all the things fast. And everybody tells you when they're little, we're now in a full members only live. It's fine. Everyone tells you how fast it goes, but it's fast. It's fast. So it's just quite a lot. So it was so good. It was so good to get to go see T. We were in the car a lot. And yeah, it was fun, but it's also a lot because I miss him. And I you got to be a parent and let your kid go do the kid things. But do I want to just buy myself like a Winnebago and follow him around the country like a weirdo? Yes, I do. But I can't. I loved our UMass Drumline. UMass Drumline friends were in Carolina Crown one summer, and it was fun to see. Crown is amazing. I mean, the DCI groups are amazing. I don't know what DCI groups, it's amazing what they do. It's amazing what they put on the field. And it's incredible to see the dedication of not just the kids, but everyone who makes it happen is a huge thing to make it happen. And it's also important, I think, for my kiddo to be like, you know what? They've got me, but also he has some room to just do his thing. And so trying to find that balance of room plus support is something that I will continue to navigate. You know, you gotta let them have wings, but also know that they've always got space. So it's a balance of both. Also, we have another child who's like, please no, like I have my own life and friends and D&D summer camp to do. So I'd like to do that too. So balancing the two is also like, it's not G also misses T, but he's like, okay, I saw him. Can I go home and see my friends now? So there's balance of that too. And it's hard. So it's a balance. There will be travel time. It will be kiddos. Also, this case is going to make me so sad because it makes me so sad. But I will go through the interviews. I don't think I have the bandwidth to do it on live. It has been a very long day, but we will cover them before sentencing on Wednesday. Once I know what time sentencing is on Wednesday, I will let you all know because I will keep you apprised in the app and here. We talked about Boston Crusaders. I saw their show reveal. There are a ton of accounts on Instagram. I will share some of them. There are a ton of accounts on Instagram that share clips from this. But the Cavaliers have their own Instagram account. Cavaliers Guard has an Instagram account. DCI Photos is the official DCI Instagram account. There are others. I think Flow Marching has its own Instagram account as well that has snippets of videos. SoCo Slip says, as an alumnus of BK and PR, I highly recommend checking out the DCI Championship prelims in movie theaters. Wait, they are? I didn't know that. This is fantastic information because I plan on just being there. But I didn't know you could go to movie theaters and watch the prelims. That's so fucking cool. Amazing. Just amazing. Tina said, did not know you were in Indy. Oh no, we were like Zoom. We were barely in Indianapolis. We were like here, there, and everywhere. We were in the car mostly. I was on the 65 and the 69 because I come from California and they are not anything. So I spent a lot of my time, sometimes on the 465, sometimes once on the 265, but I was on 65 and 69 and that was about it. That's cool. It's the top 15 cores in theaters for prelims. That's amazing. I'm going to have to remind everybody as we get closer. I love that they do that because it is not easy necessarily to get to Lucas Oil to go see everyone in person. So that's incredibly cool. Victor said, I'm going to do a shorter stream more often. So yes, this. Canton Ice Cream Truck said not sentencing on Wednesday. Plea. Yes, the change of plea on Wednesday. Once I know when it is, I will let you know. If people can't handle the, it's not my problem. Gringa in the chat said, I can't, there's some parlances I cannot change. And it is just the everything. Golden, Texas. That's funny. And Jamie said, I live off the 69. I know everybody's like which is funny. Funk says, I have a t-shirt from a liquor store off 69 that says I-69, do you? That's hilarious. I'm surprised. Well, Griffin was looking at chocolate at the at Uranus off of I-69, but I am sure there is merch like that. So I'm sure there is. But yes, I know I need one of these years. I will just volunteer and we can't do that this year because Griffin will be like, my parents just can't abandon me and go run around with the band. I know. Linda said the victim service advocate in Nashville were both wonderful. So was the prosecutor. That's what I hope for everyone. That is no. My first hope is that no one ever has to know that prosecutors have a victim service advocate. That is my first hope. My second hope is that if you need a victim service advocate and have to liaise with the prosecutor's office, that the experience is good. So it is my hope that that experience, though difficult, feels supportive. And it feels here that it is not supportive. Let's see. Priya asked, will the order for the victim's family not to talk about the case be lifted? Probably not till sentencing. And there are, there's only so much the court can control on that. So there's not as many restrictions on the victim's family as there is on everyone else, but yes. Just Jules asked, does this stop him from all appeals with the plea deal? Yes, it does. Music to My Soul said the court was so close to saying a sword and a shield. That's essentially what the court was saying. It absolutely was. Colby asked, is this zealous advocacy or bad attorney? I think we have seen a lot of zealous advocacy in this work. From Ann Taylor, I don't always agree with every attorney. I don't think I ever always agree with any attorney in any case, but Ann Taylor has done zealous advocacy. Are there times that she pushed more than the court would like? Yes, but that's also kind of the job of the defense attorneys, which is why I give them more grace on that than prosecutors. The job of the prosecution is not to push into the gray zone. It's to pursue justice. Defense attorneys have a client that they need to zealously advocate for. They will do that within the bounds of the profession, but the rules for a defense attorney and the rules for a prosecutor under the rules of professional ethics are different. And I think each side of the thing should adhere to those rules. And Ann Taylor has. Ann Taylor has advocated for her client. I don't always like the way she does it, but she has advocated for her client. And I don't think anyone can say that she hasn't. She brought every motion she could. She raised every issue she could. And when all those doors got closed, at the end of the day, secured what I think is what her client wanted, which is for the death penalty to be off the table. Caroline B said, advice for a law nerd studying for the bar exam? Yes, I do have advice. And Caroline, I assume since you're asking, you were going to take my advice. Take my advice. A, it is a test. It will be okay. Take a breath. Your brain does not perform well under stress. You learned a lot of this shit in law school and you know how to reason. You can work yourself through just about any question. And remember, we haven't even gotten to talk about this yet, but when all else fails, if the questions are all fucked up because of AI, California bar, they'll just start curving the bar exam and pass everybody. So who knows? Sleep. Studying longer does not help your brain. Sleep. You have to sleep. You have to eat. And only on rare occasion do like Cheetos and Twix bars count as a meal. I said on rare occasion, but your body needs other nutrients as well. So you have to eat. You must hydrate. And you must build in time off. I know you always want to study for the bar, but your brain has to integrate that information, so it needs some downtime. Part of that downtime is sleeping. Sleeping is part of your study plan. If you do not sleep, your brain will not retain the information, and then all of your studying and all of your law schooling is for naught if you do not sleep. Sleep. Hydrate, eat, move. Even if it's a walk. Look, if you look at many of the great thinkers of our time and times past, they all walked. Take a walk. Take a walk on a treadmill. You have to move. It will make you feel better. And when you are very stressed, move more. It will make you feel better. I promise. A little bit of a walk is better than none of a walk. I did not study on Friday afternoons. I took a half day every Friday. Every single Friday during my studying for the bar exam, I took a half day. Dr. B and I went out for early bird dinner at like 4 p.m. and went to a movie. Every single time. Whatever your thing is that you like to do, go do that. Take a half day, plan a half day. I wanted to study on the weekends at a leisurely pace because I wanted the whole day with no obligations. It worked well for me. Watch a movie, read a book, listen to music, go to music, take a half day, do something that fills up your soul. It will be fine. And remember, it will be fine. It was probably the most freeing thing for me right before the bar exam is when my doctor was like, so you need surgery. And I was like, huh, that sucks. And I was like, well, if I don't pass, I don't pass. We got to take care of this first. But I think it was that release of pressure of it will be fine that actually helped me do better. It will be fine. And some of you asked, is the LSAT harder than the bar? It's different. I think you have more practice before you take the bar. The bar is hard, but you have more practice. So use that practice. Okay. But they are different types of tests, and the pressures are different. Patty, you and many said this wasn't on your bingo card. I understand. Studying for bar and articling at the same time. I'm so sorry, Birdie. A lot of you were studying for the bar. I'm here to just ramble in the background about evidence. And then when I say things, just recite them in your head. Like when we start talking about evidence code numbers, it's fine. You're studying while you're listening. We're talking about law. Thank you, Kelly, for the gift of memberships and everyone who gifted memberships. Michelle, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday tomorrow. I'm sorry we're not streaming tomorrow, but also I think y'all needed to chat tonight. I feel like that was the vibe based on my phone going bananas. I feel like that was the vibe that everybody just needed to chat tonight. Look, I wanted to see this trial too. I want more information about what happened here. I also am relieved for the surviving roommates that they will not have to go through a horribly public trial like this. That is not going to be great. No matter what they have to say, it's not going to be great. I am sad for the victims' families that do not feel, based on their statements, supported in this and heard, because that is horrible and a horrible way to feel. Having the finality of this case, I hope helps. I hope that we don't end up in a, I don't know, roller coaster on Wednesday, but we will be streaming on Wednesday and we will be here together and see what happens. So there will be a change of plea or there won't be a change of plea. I suspect there will be a change of plea. Tomorrow might be very illuminating. I do not plan on streaming tomorrow, but download the app because if stuff goes sideways, we might need to stream. Also, I have to go get my knee looked at because my surgery knee is giving me problems. So I think I'm going to be able to do that in the morning if I'm not streaming. So that will be great. I'm real happy about that. We will see what happens. I don't know if this not being a public trial is going to help because it's tough. Julie, I completely understand this. Julie said, I feel like the plea shouldn't have been shared until it's on the record Wednesday. If anything changes by then this plea is already in the media and it hurts the jury pool even more. Yeah, the shit's kind of out of the horse on that one, which I get because the shit's kind of out of the horse on that one. And I understand it. The victim's family is frustrated and they gave the letter to the media and there's nothing really to stop them from doing that. T-Rex Trucking and More said, I went to Blue Coat's opening night on Saturday. They are freaking amazing. DCI is amazing. And I think they're all literal children. They are young, but they are mighty. And I love the community that is banned. I was a part of the band community. I love the community that is banned. I love it. Being a part of a team sport and being part of band are different, but they're kind of two sides of a coin. What I love about band competitions is the amount of awe that people have for each other. The amount of support I see when it's not like, okay, well, we're going to go smash you on the field, pool, whatever. It's, holy shit, you guys threw down an amazing performance. How did you do that? It's amazing. I love the musical arrangements. I love what your drum line is doing. I love those tosses you're doing. I love the flag design. There is so much competition and respect all rolled up into the same thing. It is, we want to throw down the best performance we can throw down. And if you throw down the best performance you throw down and beat us, then you threw down some shit. And I love that competitiveness with a level of awe and support. Though I did see Schrodinger's cat said band gives less concussions. No. Not if guards are throwing rifles. I don't know how every corps is doing this summer, but I do know that Travis's corps has had quite a few concussions so far. And it is, concussions are still a thing, unfortunately, because rifles are heavy and they go fast. But I really do love, I really do love that camaraderie. And I love seeing, well, my band was just orchestra, so we had less concussions. That's fair. So it's also nice to see the work. I mean, it is a tremendous amount of work, and seeing them all come together to work. I mean, from the day really school gets out to school goes back in, it is a very long summer of long days and a lot of hard work, and they love it. Again, is it fun if you're not hot, tired, and feel like you're about to throw up? I don't know. Maybe. But I mean, even at water polo, there were times where I was hot, tired, and felt like I was going to throw up. So it's kind of great. Tony is like, concussions happen. Rifles have a mind of their own. It's fine. I mean, wind. And that's not just for the people throwing the rifles. Sometimes it's the people in close proximity. Look, if you're not on your dot, things might happen. But anyway, it was great. It was great to see everybody. And it's really great to see just the level of work and performance and how much live music, and especially getting together and celebrating live music and performance, is continuing to grow. It's something we all need, and it brings people together in a great way. Kelsey, thank you for the update. Kelsey said, hi, beautiful Law Nerds. Baby boy was born chunky and healthy. We love that. Happy to catch a live my first night back home. Congratulations. Remember, your sleep cycle is now 24 hours, so no judgment. If baby's tired, you're probably tired. Sleep. Sleep when you can. Sleep all the time. Sleep all of the time. I'm going to answer 2 more questions. Let's see. Jess said, Brooks trial is the first I watched with you. I've learned since the prosecution in that case was amazing with the victims and presenting the case. No trials since have come close. The Brooks prosecution was incredible. They really were. They were incredibly conscientious, patient. They did an excellent job. They really did an excellent job. We have seen varying things since then. We've seen varying things since then. Moondragon says, I love that you were here with the breaking news. I don't often do breaking news. I knew there would be a lot of questions. The Law Nerds were ready for a chat. We needed to have a chat. I think it's appropriate to have a chat because this is breaking news that I can say as much as I can. What we know now may change, but this is what this means tonight. This is what I suspect will happen Wednesday. This is what I am surprised about or not surprised about, and we will see what happens. So I will be live on Wednesday. If anything pops off tomorrow, I will let you know in the app. But a lot of you are saying that you will be busy celebrating Canada Day tomorrow. Happy Canada Day. I will be keeping an eye on things. I will let you know in the app at lawnerdapp.com. For those of you that have it, make sure you check your notification settings, because that's where I will keep you in the loop if we go live outside of our regularly scheduled program, which sometimes needs to happen because, well, everybody took a look at this news today and went, what the fuck is happening? And at least we got to chat about it together on this will be an 1.5 hour stream that lasts for 4 hours. Mods, thank you for riding. I'm sorry. Everyone on the team, I know it's late. I apologize. I'm so sorry. It was a late one. Thank you, team. Thank you, Team Baker. I'm sorry. I promise it's a light work week because it's 4th of July. We have lots of things to do. This will be up as a case brief at some point later. We'll get there. And we will be in court on Wednesday to see what happens. I expect it will probably be a fairly short court day, and we'll get to answer we'll get to answer more questions then. So I will see you in court on Wednesday. I will keep you in the loop tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. I thought tonight was a helpful chat. So thank you, law nerds. And for those of you on the replay crew that watched all the way through all of the different ramblings, thank you, replay crew. And let me know down below if occasionally the spontaneous ride helps, because again, the spontaneous ride is sometime needed. Law nerds, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Thank you for being here. I missed you guys. Thank you for being law nerds. And well, we will see what happens with the docket when we get to court on Wednesday, but it looks like the law nerd docket will be changing. And that's okay, because there's lots more to come. I will see you guys, well, in court on Wednesday, it seems. All right, law nerds, have a good night. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.